Wakelin. What a week he's had. Of course, he's guaranteed his top 16 place, so he'll be seeded for the UK Championship. Great chance to be in the Masters. In fact, if he wins today, he'll go up to number 11 in the world. So he'll be at the Crucible as well, you've got to think, as a seed. Yeah, you can see him soaking it up already. But he knows, despite that recent win over Ding, this is a tough old match. Of course, on Ding's home turf, really. Here's the Jiangsu province where Ding is from. Here he is, 14 ranking titles to his name, including this International Championship back in 2013. Played well, showed his experience in the second half of the match yesterday. Zhu struggled, Ding didn't, was the difference. There's the roar for China's own Ding Junhui. Chris Wakelin, because of what was riding on the semi-final, he said, actually, this is my final, but the fact is now he's in the final. And what a day it would be for him if he could win this big title. Ding getting plenty of support, that's no surprise. I'm sure Wakelin's prepared for that as we await the start of this match. The final of the 2024 International Championship here in Nanjing, China, is Ding Junhui against Chris Wakelin. They've both produced excellent snooker throughout the week. Who will get to 10 first? That's the target for that lovely trophy and the £175,000 first prize. They're going to play 9 frames in the first session. So there will be somebody in front. But who will it be and by how many? Crowd already excited. If you're up bright and early on this Sunday morning, thank you so much for being with us. Hope you enjoy the match and may the best man win. You're just removing the trophy from the table. Big occasion this. This tournament has a real sense of prestige about it. And Chris Wakelin, well, one of the biggest days of his career. Obviously to win the semi-final was massive to get in the top 16, but now there's a chance to win this tournament. One other side issue, whoever does win will get into the Champion of Champions as well, which in fact starts tomorrow. They would play on Wednesday. Looking forward to this one, Neil. 2 players who've produced a lot of great stuff this week.
Oh, absolutely. Both players very much deserving of their place. And Ding ended up doing it slightly more comfortably than Wakelin, although you wouldn't necessarily have thought so at the early stages of both matches. Ding was in trouble, but he ended up breezing through almost against Zhu yesterday. That reaction tells you all you need to know. Absolutely rapturous for a terrific long red. You'd give Wakelin a very good chance, but the reasons you might side with Ding are, as Dave pointed out, almost the last match was Wakelin's final. It was Ding will get a lot of home support. Anyway, he's missed that one, and Wakelin has got a chance early, which I think if he's going to win, he needs to start well, clearly, and not give Ding an early advantage. Of course, Ding was 3-0 down yesterday, but he still, as I say, got through without too much fuss.
It's been a brutally difficult draw for Chris Wakelin here this week. Sean Murphy, Mark Williams, John Higgins, and then, of course, Xiao Guodong, who won a ranking event a few weeks ago in China. So he's really earned his place in the final. And another tough opponent, of course, in the final. But I think what makes him dangerous is he's already nailed down that top 16 spot. So he'll be feeling really good coming into this match. We saw him in floods of tears after that semi-final, which he nearly lost from a winning position.
He'll be going to the next level, I think, if he wins today, though. He's in the 16, but now to win a big event like this would take him right up to the next stage of his snooker career. You know, this is a difference of £100,000 this match, and he could shrug off the points that will be coming off in the near future for the shootout. which he won, it'll be 2 seasons ago. So yeah, this does move him on as a player, I think, should he win. Well, I'm not sure whether he would have actually attempted to go into the reds, but he stunned it, and he always felt the cue ball would throw a bit wide of the pack. So he's not in a very good spot here to keep the break going.
15.
Yeah, it was difficult, wasn't it? And the cue ball was never likely to be
15.
right behind the black, even if the pot went in. As you see from that angle, you can see exactly how difficult it was.
Ding Junhui's 24th ranking final. He's 10th in China, so it just shows you on home soil how consistent he's been over the years.
Certainly a feature of his game these days, Wakelin, his all-round game. You know, his safety is very good, actually. I said the other day that, you know, practicing a lot with Mark Selby can't have done any harm to that aspect of his game, and that was a nice shot that he played there, offering Ding only the bunch of reds, which of course he probably doesn't want to play off the bunch because you don't know where all the reds are going to go, but as a consequence he decides to roll into them. First frame yesterday of Ding's match with Zhu Se. Ding lost it, but it went on approaching 40 minutes, and the reason was it was basically won fairly swiftly by Zhu Se, but Ding played on needing 7 snookers. Even when the last red was potted, he carried on. It was quite deliberate in even his shot selection. It was a very surprising development, really, that he would go to those lengths. But Zhu Se then made back-to-back hundreds in the next 2 frames, so whatever he was attempting to stop him didn't work. It was an oddity at the start of the match, but anyway, over the course of it, Ding eventually was much the stronger.
It's one of those things. I think if you asked Ding now why he did it, he probably wouldn't know. It was just an aberration, but anyway, it made no difference one way or another other than just to the length of the session. This frame's changed a bit. The reds have opened up now. Yeah, and that's a big error from Wakelin.
Well, he played that with left-hand side. He was hoping to check it and take it down the left side, to the left of the reds. But as you saw, well, we didn't quite get to see the full impact of the shot, but he hit the opening red correctly. And what a chance he's left here.
Ding has made 6 centuries in this tournament.
6.
Yeah, he wasn't really sort of pushed early on, but obviously the Karen Wilson quarter-final was a massive match and a big performance because Wilson was playing so well himself. I know Karen was up early yesterday with one of his sons because he had jet lag, just got back watching. So good morning if you are up at this hour, Karen.
Yes, good morning too. And of course, he won't have long up to spend at home because on to the next event up in Bolton in the UK for Karen, Champion of Champions. He's an absolute master when he's in amongst them, Ding. He's a little bit of a one-off in that his whole game revolves around how well he's scoring when he's in. Yes, he can play safe. Yes, he can pot long balls. We've seen one already in this frame, but his strength is just the precision of his cue ball control, and it always has been like that.
$20. 21.
You think if you go back a couple of years before Ding had a good run in the UK Championship 2 years running, getting beaten in the final, which one he should have probably won, but before that, you know, he did drop right down the rankings. There was a number of Chinese players ahead of him in the rankings.
28.
It felt as if maybe it was all coming to an end, but it's almost business as usual these days with Ding. I think it's not that we ever doubted his ability that had gone. It just didn't always seem to be as driven as he was as a younger man, but he seems to have got everything back now. Maybe the pandemic was the cause. Didn't have the chance to travel freely around the world. Not right on the blue. He's got the choice of staying mid-table or just running the cue ball around the angles. Goodness me, I'm sure he couldn't have played it like that. With that left-hand side through between
34.
Green and brown and back. The other side of the brown and pink seems unlikely, but that's what's happened. It's not perfect on this red. Running a little bit out of position, which is not the usual
40.
with Ding. He missed one like that yesterday, overcut it dramatically. I thought he would consider the red down the left cushion
40.
with the rest there. Might have been a better way. Very similar to frame one yesterday. And when Ding loses the cue ball, as I say, it's unusual and maybe didn't suit his game. Now, a chance of a counter-attack here.
Yeah, and I'm sure when Wakelin left him in, he wasn't expecting to come back to the table, just 20-odd points behind. Ding was pretty furious, wasn't he, in his seat there? Squandered a good scoring chance. I think he'll be aware that Wakelin, you know, he's playing the biggest match of his career here and will need to settle early, so he'll be annoyed to give him this chance.
Black.
wasn't the cleanest of pots, which means he's not right behind this red.
60.
He'll move the other red out, which is the plus side to the last shot.
70.
Oh, this frame is absolutely up for grabs. Where the balls are. Both players will still fancy they've got a chance in it.
.22.
Slightly unusual setup here with the yellow will now go down onto the pink spot.
.25.
That's well played.
26.
That's very well played. If he's straight, he's a little unfortunate because he played it in such a way that he's hoping to land right in behind it. The yellow to middle is the best way to get onto the red. I say, when Ding missed that red that he overcut, he did one exactly like that yesterday. This red that Wakelin's going to play, I was a little surprised he never looked at potting it down the cushion. I think he'd have got it with the rest. And he could have recovered the frame there, maybe. And now, of course, yellow on the pink spot is not the worst thing that he's on the black like this. Slightly easier than it would be if it was on his own spot. That's very well played. That's perfectly judged. The angle from yellow to green is
36.
Is A1 now.
Yellow, green and brown to win the opening frame. When he missed it, that safety, and left Ding the world, he must have thought that was it. But Ding, unusually for him, lost the cue ball and just ended up missing that red that we saw.
41.
The question was, could Wakelin step in what is a huge match for him and take advantage? Well, if he pots the brown, it looks like he's 1-0 up. Yeah, he's riding high, isn't he, Wakelin? In all areas, he's nailed down the top 16, away from the table. You know, he's becoming a father. He's bought a house with his partner. Obviously, the money from this event is going to be massive towards all of that. So he's just feeling great. It was noticeable when he walked in,
50.
just how happy he looked to be here. Didn't look nervous. And he's landed the first blow in this final.
.56.
So 1 down, 9 to go. Yeah, nicely done. That's a settler, isn't it? A good clearance of 63. Chris Wakelin claims first blood in this International Championship final. 10 needed to become champion today.
Second frame, Ding Junhui to break.
Well, Ding Junhui had a pretty good chance, you've got to say, to win that opening frame. It didn't happen. Chris Wakelin seized on the chance from the missed red and made a nice 63 clearance. 9 frames in this opening session, and they're back tonight for a possible 10. This is the 8th ranking event of the season, and it's one of the biggest so far. Of course, Saudi Arabia was 500,000, but this is 175,000. That translates to ranking points as well. So Wakelin would go up to number 11 were he to win it. Ding would go up 1 place from 9 to 8, but he sort of nails down all those Players Series events later in the season, which are very prestigious.
Yeah, it was a nice start from Wakelin. Of course, you did mention that match in Wuhan where Wakelin knocked in all those centuries, 3 of them in a row, total clearances. I mean, Ding probably already knew that he was up against a good player, but you're not going to forget that in a hurry. That sort of barrage against you.
One. Four.
Yeah, I'm surprised he missed that. Of course, in doing so, he didn't get position on the black anyway, which I think he intended to the same pocket. He did start, as I said, slowly yesterday. I don't know whether it takes him a while to ease into a match of this length.
It was suggested to him yesterday he'd be the favourite, but he said that doesn't mean anything. He said if it was based on rankings, you'd just give Judd Trump the trophy on the day one and all go home. He knows he's going to have to produce a strong performance.
Well, Fergal pointed out yesterday in commentary, and I completely agree with him, that you know, when Ding is hitting the ball at speed, the cue action's a bit of a blur. You know, there's no start, beginning or end to it. It just all happens in one fell swoop. He loses his accuracy. I think his eyes are on the wrong ball and everything. He's a complete contrast at playing at pace than what he is when he's in amongst them. That was not a good shot, that last one.
One.
No, and obviously the title won't be decided until tonight, but these early frames can be significant. Certainly for Chris Wakelin coming into such a big match. You know, that was an important visit in the opening frame, I think, just to settle him, and we're looking to exploit any deficiencies in Ding's game early on. Yeah, I mean, those three total clearances, you know, that is pretty much unprecedented in succession that he made against Ding. It was spellbinding, actually. And it's a sign of just the improvements he's made in the last year. Since winning the shootout, you know, he's really moved forward as a player. He deserves to be in that top 16, I think.
8.
Don't think he wants to play the black particularly because, I mean, the browns are just slightly off his spot, but there's no room for it to go anywhere else, that black, but behind its own, which would kind of lock down the pink and black a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue that he would anything but deserve to be in the 16. These are the events we're playing now. The reputation of players doesn't count for anything, really.
15.
The players that are winning are what the game is all about. And Wakelin has been improving very steadily for the last couple of seasons. Other players we've seen this week is winner of Zhao Guidong, another rapidly improved player this season. You do get them, you don't know quite who it's going to be, but Wakelin is that man. Now he is going to pot the black here. There's the pink spot is now free, is it? No. I'm very surprised he played the black. But just, all that does is cause him a problem or two, unless he can just get the pink away from there at some point. There must have been a valid reason for it, but that's not a good look for a player looking to score where the black is now and the pink. Anyway, that's a lovely recovery shot.
23.
Black will still go, but it's just a bit tight for room down there. Made a bit of a mess of it, hasn't he? The last 2 or 3 shots, he's fallen further and further out of position. A tough shot to keep the break going up into the yellow pocket, this red. Very good, very good.
29.
I also like the cue ball. He's got it bang under control, so that's a terrific recovery.
$34. $35. Black ball.
Yeah, nominating black, the pink and black being so close together, it's the right thing to do to nominate your colour. Still nowhere else for the black to go but behind its own spot.
Shi Yixin, the referee, just having to make sure it's back in the right spot, beneath its own spot. Bit of a fiddly job.
It is, and of course, I say it again, the pink will not be possible with the black replacement right in behind it.
Sea of faces in the background. It's a big venue, this, and as you'd expect for the final, big crowd.
Can only think that he got a little kick there. We don't see them that often, but he leapt up in the air. It didn't sound quite right. Has he left one? Well, the way that Ding is walking down to the bulk end, I don't think anything goes to the middle. I feel that he may have got a bad contact there. It just didn't look or sound quite right. Said it before, but you know, the days of us all droning on about kicks all the time seems to have gone. You know, the equipment, the technology's moved on, thankfully, because it's just a complete imponderable. You know, no one wants to be in that position, worrying about whether you're going to get a kick.
Yeah, you don't see now the table just covered in chalk marks, do you? It's like you say, there's enough to worry about in this sport.
Big shot here. Cue ball absolutely nailed to the bolt cushion, but the red will interest Ding. It's not easy from that range.
Well, he got a lovely kiss off the reds. He's opened them up. He's on the blue. So this is a serious chance for Ding, having not taken the opening frame. And that sort of sense of injustice from Wakelin about the kick might sort of fester as he watches this.
6.
Might play on the black now because the black will then go up onto the pink spot, so that's going to clear the decks. I have to say, I was a little surprised Wakelin chose to play the black, and it just seemed to complicate the breaks from then on in. Just made things a little awkward. But now, with the black away from the pink, things are better.
14. 15.
I think as neutrals, you're looking for two things really in these finals: a high quality and a close match. And these two certainly are capable of the first of those. We'll see tonight how close it is.
20.
This first session always about sort of jostling for position. Ding didn't play great in the first session yesterday, but he was by far the better player in the second. As Yusa started to struggle really badly, Ding used his experience to get the job done. 9-6. It's 5 years since he's won a ranking title. 2019 UK Championship, his most recent.
27.
He's won 14 ranking titles, which is not as many as some of the other big hitters, but it's far more than most.
Needs the angle on the colour to get in behind the two reds. And that's what he was just
36.
shaping up to do. Maybe a fraction further than what he would have wanted to go there. He's a little straighter. Yeah, that wasn't a great shot from Ding. Didn't want to finish there.
.42.
He'd be frustrated, I think, with his usual control of the cue ball, that he's not given himself a shot at these two reds. He's back in the frame, but he would have been hoping for more than that. No easy safety shot either. No shot that can really get his opponent in a lot of trouble, it seems.
Ding Junhui, 42.
That's a stunning long pot, it really is.
1.
Cue ball's running and running. It's a brilliant pot. He knocks a lot of those sort of shots in, actually, Wakelin. Doesn't want to roll up to the colour. Wants more than that. Feels a big moment, this. Yes, it's very early in the match. Ding looks a little disappointed already. But he'll be more disappointed if this pot goes in.
Three.
the first red.
Wakelin.
That was
Straight.
easier, but it was absolutely miles away. Can't believe how poorly he hit it, I think. So what a chance for Ding. Again, put in a bit of a short one there, a bit of a jab. Seems to have got lucky. Black's covered the red to the pocket, so a bit of a nervy frame already, this one.
Yeah, all sorts of murmuring from the crowd already. Enjoying the closeness of this match. As I say, that's I think what you hope for in a final. And of course the mistakes add to that excitement. It's the unexpected. We expect a lot of these guys, but they're going to miss, they're going to make mistakes, and it's how they handle it that's the interesting thing, really. Ding does a good line in sort of looking fed up, doesn't he? But he's normally ready when the chance comes. Whereas Wakelin was sort of smiling at his own error, but that was masking a lot of disappointment.
Yeah, this has been awkward here. I mean, I don't know if the blue would go into the left corner, but even then, if he plays the up and down, there's all sorts of double kisses that could come into the equation here. Yeah, he's not playing anything like that. But he's put himself in potential trouble the next shot. Wakelin's quite good under these circumstances. I think it's a fairly innocuous one, but he usually gets his opponent in trouble. But not this time. Not this time at all. Ding will certainly have a dart at this. Well, he's gone to the top of the cue ball, actually. Oh, what a shot. Just rolled it in. I thought he might go for it, but with a bit more pace than that. In the end, a very delicate little shot, played beautifully. This is the problem you see on these shots. The cue action becomes a little too quick. He's going to force this. And he did not play it well. This is the one problem that's there in his game. He's hitting the ball with extreme pace. And of course, no one's ever found it easy. Some players' technique can cope with it better than others. He'll be annoyed. He really will. If he doesn't win this frame, he will be very frustrated because he's had a few chances now. There's an example of Wakelin playing good safety shots from positions which look fairly innocuous. A long look at the angle from this cushion. Played it very well, in fact, in the end. Dangerous, and as you can see, any cover he was hoping for is a long way away from happening. This is not an easy pot to roll in from where that cue ball is, but it offers a chance to get the frame on.
Two.
Well, he rather stole the first frame. He needs to include in the pink here to make it 2-0. Green struggles in.
5.
He's got the shot to stun across, though, to the left cushion for the blue.
9.
You've just got to play this with a degree of pace to get the cue ball away from there. So, of course, that is where you can miss them. It's difficult, isn't it? I mean,
Wakelin.
could he have run it through? I suppose he could have. He took a long time on it. He seemed to be on the shot forever.
Well, it's a great blue. He still needs this pink as well. It's been an eventful frame. They both feel I think they should have won it. This pink isn't in yet. Yeah, Wakelin knows it's not a sitter by any means. I think there's just a slight distraction. Ding steadies himself for frame ball. Yeah, he really did compose himself, didn't he? And he knocks it in to the delight of this crowd. A very eventful frame. Ding relieved to get that chance after Wakelin missed the blue. So it's already a dramatic start to the final, and we're level at 1 each. Ding potted a good blue and a good pink to win the second frame. Long way to go. 7 more frames in this session, first to 10 to become International Championship winner tonight. Sure, Chris's friends and family back in the UK are up bright and early to cheer him on. I saw some pictures of a big screen actually the other afternoon when he was playing Xiao Guodong. His friends gathered round with a couple of pints. Might be a bit early for that at this point on a Sunday morning, but he'll be getting plenty of support from afar.
It is early in the match, but Wakelin was visibly disappointed with that last frame, how he didn't win it. Safe to say that Ding's blue and pink at the end were pretty good. The crowd enjoyed them. He's going for this red through the gap here. A thin one down the cushion. But the cue ball, as you saw, was always escaping back to safety. So not a great deal wrong with the shot.
Wakelin, as we know, won the shootout early last year. He was in another final, the Northern Ireland Open last season, where his nemesis, Judd Trump, did for him 9-3. Of course, if he were to win today, he would play Trump in the Champion of Champions on Wednesday. That's just another sort of spin-off benefit that comes from winning the tournament. And the Players' Series we talk about a lot, just to explain, you get into that series through the one-year list, so it's season's points just this season. And it's the top 32 that go into the World Grand Prix, top 16 in the Players' Championship, top 12 in the Tour Championship. They're all big money events, but they don't actually start till the back end of February, so there's a lot of tournaments to come before then. But the 175,000 from this would surely, well, I think get you in the first two for sure, and probably the third, with the points that you're earning from the other events as well. Making all kinds of calculations here. For a minute, he was going to just hit the brown ball instead of the cue ball. But must be quite a thinnish contact on this red. Well, at least to know that the cue ball was heading in that way and being with a red, but no guarantees of being on a colour. Just grazing the blue, I think slowed the cue ball down a little bit. He's already sort of going through the agonies a little. Frame 2 he should have won. It's the biggest match he's ever played, I'm certain of that. I know that you could argue the previous match was, but now that he's won it, it's a big title. Never mind all the spin-offs of the last match, being in the 16 for the UK. Well, these two could actually meet in the Masters because
if one of them's in the top 8 by then, and that would probably be Ding, Wakelin's in the 9-16, they could be drawn against each other. They're both in the big time.
Kiss on the yellow, meantime, has not worked out at all. He looks like he's lost his way here. Yeah, I mean, Chris Wakelin doesn't just want to be a top 16 player, he wants to be a tournament winner. And the Masters, yeah, already in the back of his mind. I mean, if he lost the final today, it'd be 15, the cut-off of the Masters, the UK, so, you know, he wouldn't be absolutely nailed down to be in that, but be unlucky not to be. It's a big match for the seeds, isn't it, in York, the first match in the last 32, because if you don't win, you get nothing at all. If you do, you guarantee 15,000 ranking points, so it's absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Masters cut-off is the UK Championship, and it's big points, so, you know, there could be a few shifts around which could see him out of the 16. But like you say, should he win his first match in York, no idea who he'll be playing yet, of course, and that would probably guarantee him, I would think. One more thing to say, the event next week, the Champion of Champions, is non-ranking, invitational, but that's basically you invite yourself by winning something. Saw something that Neil Robertson put on social media about the size of the pockets here in these Chinese events, and I tend to agree they're more generous pockets than in some of the events back in the UK. But he made the point, and I agree with him, that it makes the safety aspect of the game even more crucial, because it's important to be the first one in. This is one of those frames. Big advantage to be in first with a good chance.
Junhui 4.
How costly that in-off will be remains to be seen. If this red goes in, it will be costly.
It sort of feels like the final session, doesn't it? You know, it's quite edgy, which is okay, it's understandable, but we're a long way before the end of this match. Been a lot of kind of reaction from the two players. It's a big match for Ding. I mean, he's won a lot of tournaments, but he hasn't won a ranking event for 5 years, so for him that seems a long time. And he wants to win in front of his home supporters, of course, here as well. If he were to win, Ding, he would actually won 7 ranking events in China. That's would equal the record held by Mark Selby and Judd Trump.
Well, that shot that Wakelin played, containing shot, has left a red on, and he might, with a series of kisses, be able to get himself on the black. Well, that's what he tried, but the flip side is he's left a chance back now for Wakelin.
It just feels a very nervy sort of part of the match, this. Can Wakelin just take a couple of breaths here? Now he's got this chance. Made that nice 63 clearance in the first frame. Had an opportunity to lead 2-0. Various things have gone wrong since.
just looking at if he can get to that red.
One.
I think Chris Wakelin is very grounded. He, in his younger days, worked as a delivery driver for a supermarket. They would give him time off to play in tournaments. And they had a sort of whip round for him to enter Q school. You know, it was a quite a humble start. He's never forgotten that.
Tough. $13. 20.
I think that was the key, wasn't it? He wanted to get that red that was on the black spot potted before he took the black, or else he would have tied everything up. And now, after all of the early exchanges, it's a good opportunity. He tries to be positive all the time, you know, I have to say that for him. You know, he has a good
28.
defensive game, good tactical game, but when the chance comes, he gets on with it. Tries to move into that mode. It's very easy
29.
if you play a lot of safety shots to, when the chance comes, not be completely as aggressive and ambitious as you might be. Sometimes no rhythm there. He seems to have worked all that out. He's a good match player.
34.
Things got a little bit sort of frantic towards the end of the last frame and the start of this one, but this is where he wants to be now. Building up a nice lead in this frame. Sort of occasion he's dreamt of course, you know, coming out to China, these big prestigious events. Chance to take on the local hero. Bearing in mind, his tournament began at Ponds Forge in Sheffield. The first qualifying round was held there. And pretty sort of, not the fault of the venue, but it's pretty soulless setup there because it's just about providing players for this venue, because Ding was excused having to go there for understandable reasons.
Could have worked out better. He has got a red to middle, which he
50.
should get. As you can see, queuing over a ball though. Just played it gently. Always felt it would drop.
51.
And he'll be relieved that it did.
So, not much more to do here. to not only win the frame, but win it decisively. He did leave Ding that cutback red, didn't he, which he missed to set up this opening.
15-9.
The lead with the pink, so a red and a colour. And it should be 2-1 to Chris Wakelin.
60-5. It's
been a good visit because, as I say, it got a bit nervy. But Chris Wakelin's had to survive a lot of tough games already this week. He's come through various passages within those matches. As, of course, he did in the semi-final at the end and played a very good decider, having lost his 8-5 lead against Xiao Guodong. Same against John Higgins, that decider that happened hours after frame 10 because they were taken off.
7-4.
Well, I'm sure he'd like a century. He's made 4 in the event. But either way, he's won the frame. Well, every chance now.
7-8.
Yes, and he just slightly developed the red and the yellow also, and there's a real chance of getting one, which would make him feel quite confident. Yeah, frame 2, he knew that he should have won it, really. And yes, Ding potted a good couple of balls at the end, the blue and the pink, but there's an argument that he could be 3-0 up Wakelin, but he'd settle for what he's doing. He's playing well enough.
Yeah, and what he can take from this so far is that Ding is one of the great break builders. No one would dispute that, I don't think. You know, when he was in frame 1, he didn't control the cue ball well. His highest break just 42 so far, so he hasn't quite got going. I mean, it will probably happen at some point, but until it does, it's Wakelin's opportunity to make hay, which he's done in this frame.
True.
Well, that will annoy him, but that's all it will be, a minor annoyance, because the main thing is he's won the frame. A 92 break from Chris Wakelin, and he edges back in front in this final. He's a bit disappointed not to make the century, but he's happy enough to be leading 2-1. So this is the last frame before the first interval of the International Championship final. Chris Wakelin leads Ding 2-1. Wakelin has made the higher breaks so far, 63 and 92. Ding's best of 42. Remember, they play 9 frames, so we're guaranteed to have somebody in front coming back this evening where 10 is the target for victory.
Wow.
That was mighty thin, wasn't it?
It was, and yeah, I like the speed he played. He tried to, if he was going to pot it, bring the keyboard back out of bulk. The blue is a little thin to go into the bunch. I mean, he could play it. If it was a couple of balls a bit further up this end of the table, it would be perfect to get the bunch open. The way it is, he still might be able to, but it's not a natural. All credit for trying. It's not bad. Got a red to middle. As I say earlier, he's
6.
attempting to be as positive and upbeat all the time when the chances do come. He's got a real problem with his queuing. What is it? This is something on the table, an insect or something. But no, but he was queuing up. Got up 3 or 4 times. Maybe there was something distracting him.
7.
Just that when he opened the reds, a lot of them have got down near the black and they're not all available. You know, it could be a good chance, but he's not quite there yet.
Tap.
That's a good shot. He's
11.
a little straight, but he still played it quite well. Next red won't be easy, but he's trying to just keep this break together. And he's looking for the gap between the blue and pink, through to that red to the right corner.
16. 17. 23. 24. 29.
Well, he's still picking off the reds, but you know, you do feel there's quite a long way to go to make this a frame-winning chance. He's on a good track. And you would absolutely not argue if he led at the mid-session, because he has been the better player. Ding has been a little in and out, really. Not dissimilar to yesterday, although it has to be said that he was 3-0 down because
36.
Zhu Se played absolutely brilliantly in those frames.
$37.
Black's always been in an awkward spot. That's why it's been a tough break.
43. 44.
So 50 in front. He's completely got over
50.
missing that blue at the end of the second frame. We saw came close to a century in frame 3. He's had to
51.
play well in this tournament. I mean, I listed earlier the players he's beaten. Every one of them was a big hitter, and he's playing the biggest hitter Chinese snooker has to offer here in the shape of Ding. So again, that will have focused his mind coming into the final.
$57. 58.
He's looking at red through the gap. The 1-2 up from where the black is. I think it goes. Oh, he's done really well. It's been a pretty fluent break. Don't forget it was from that thin cut very early in the frame.
64.
And that will definitely go. And it's just about all he needs. This is a good play from Wakelin.
64.
Could have won all of the frames, but 3 of them is a good opening to a massive match in his snooker career. Doesn't look overawed or phased by a big final like this.
No, you can see that by just the pace of play. He's not
71.
overthinking things here. It's been a very instinctive break. It's very early yet, but these are good signs for Chris Wakelin's supporters. As I say, be watching on from the UK. Big day for him and his friends and family. The biggest, actually, of his whole career. And so far he's standing up to it really well.
78. 79.
A good effort, screwed it with the right-hand side, but unfortunately not worked out. He won't mind though, you know,
85.
he's breezed through this break. And now it's just a question of whether he can basically find a way of knocking this red in. Not happening, but terrific stuff from Wakelin.
85.
Very impressive. He's made brace of 63, 92 and 85. He had a chance as well to win frame 2.
Well, Ding will certainly need to step up his game. He'll be fully aware of that, and he absolutely can. Which he managed yesterday against Zhu Se. He's playing a more formidable opponent, I think, today. Yes, not somebody that's ever won anything other than the shootout. So, I'm not suggesting that it's going to be a runaway for Wakelin, because invariably there is sort of a crisis point for him in most of these sort of important matches where he can briefly lose his way, but unless Ding plays better, that's not necessarily going to happen. Very interesting remaining 5 frames of this session here. See what comes out of it. No, he's overhit this. He's Seeing the cue ball rush in and out of bulk.
请将手机调到静音。手机。
May not be a snooker, but it's the next best thing to finish there. That's horrible cueing. He might be able to get centre ball striking to that red. But, I mean, that kind of isn't in the way, that yellow, but it is a major distraction, I always used to think, on these shots. Why the cue might just hit the yellow on the way through. This is a horrible shot. There's definitely a problem with Ding's forcing game at the moment. You know, when he's playing shots with pace, he's losing a little bit of his technique. And I think it's there for all to see. It's been the case for a while. He's still a beautiful player when he's in amongst them. Got lucky there.
Yeah, and he was in amongst them, wasn't he, in the first frame, and he lost his way and not quite recovered since, really. He's not playing the sort of fluent game that we associate with him. Not yet, anyway. There's plenty of time.
Point is with snooker, you know, you never wants to really be hitting balls too hard. But there are going to be occasions when the only way you can keep a break going is to use a lot of force. And I say that's when he's not very strong. Come in very handy, one way or another, whether he decides to roll up behind the yellow or take the brown to middle. And the reds are quite well spread. He's playing it. Big shot. Big shot, this. So, could be the opening that Ding Junhui needs. It's not simple because obviously the black at this stage is not available, though he could pot it. He's going to have to make it into a good chance. you know, I don't think he really wanted to take on that red and land on the black, but of course now that he's done it, because there were a few other options, he's put the black on his spot, and it could be a real opening.
Nine.
And what a place to finish, goodness. I don't think he can even go for the black from there. It's horrible. If he does and misses it, he'll be absolutely enraged. Very reluctantly, playing a different shot. Well, I don't see any reason why he'd be going for this pot.
Junhui, 9.
The only place he finished there where he couldn't really get to the black, right over a red.
No, I mean, at first it looked like he might be lining up to take it on, and he sort of maybe talked himself down a little bit. Disappointment of not getting on the black. But a disappointing visit for Ding, who's looking for something to happen in this final. Oh, wow, he's angled.
We've seen that a few times, haven't we? Into that pocket especially. The ball just traps. Now this is referee having a look to see if he actually is angled. I'm sure that Ding believes that he's completely angled on everything, even the reds to the right. Wow. He might end up paying for that. Of course, he was lucky, Wakelin. For some reason, the ball seems to keep getting trapped up in that top left pocket. This happened. I've seen it at least 3 times this week on this table, maybe more.
It's a strange pocket, isn't it? It repelled that yellow from Zhao Guodong. Sort of stopped it going in somehow.
It almost started going back outwards.
Yeah. So Wakelin just getting a little bit of running. Now, can he take advantage? Of course, Ding was in. You know, he lost his way.
Yeah, he was. And positionally, he broke down. So another break here, or a continuation of what he started to play like before the mid-session interval, would see him in really good stead. And it's not great at this stage, but it could be made into something good.
I think what impeded his progress, I mean, he was always a good player, but he didn't seem to beat top players very often, but that has changed. I mean, just this week, I've already listed the names he's dispatched, so he's turned the corner in that regard. He feels more comfortable in this sort of environment now. And I think the shootout was a massive help, because it's such a unique environment and there's a lot of pressure on. And the fact is, he won that tournament with the highest break of the tournament in the final. And just winning the trophy, the money was a big deal, of course, as it would be for anybody. The confidence, it's all come together for him. And of course, his own hard work as well has been a big part of that.
Five. Ten. 11.
It's a question of tidying up the table, getting the high value colours back in orthodox positions.
17.
And trying to increase his lead.
$18.
Pink wasn't completely clean, but there's still a good chance
24.
to go further in front. Spoke to Chris, he said that it was early in the season, he said that he watches a lot of snooker, and part of that is he loves the game, but also picking up on what other players do, little tips that are successful for some of the other players. Some players do like to switch off, but I think most do follow what's happening.
$30. $36. $37. $43. $44.
It's another good effort, this from Wakelin. It's excellent work that he's doing. You know, it's one thing to make breaks when the balls are all
50.
where you'd expect them to be, but he's just picking them off here. And another frame is very close to being won. Needs another red after this. I think he'll be trying to just drop this down the cushion. Needs a red. The likelihood
57.
of putting it at speed is lesser than if you can just drop this in. And there's the complete example of it, because you know, he didn't really get that close to it, but he dropped it and it fell in. It's very good from Wakelin, this. Very effective. He's not played at his best, but he's not played badly either.
Well, he's been far more assured in the balls than Ding. I mean, Ding was in early on in this frame, as he was in the first. Didn't put anything together. He was lucky, Wakelin, with the angle, which set up the chance. I'm surprised he was, well, Ding's conceded. I'm surprised he sort of played it like that, Wakelin. That could have, anything could have gone in there. The white nearly did, but Ding has very quickly marched out of the arena. So Wakelin marches on into a 4-1 lead. Well, rather thoughtful Ding Junhui waiting to break off here in frame 6, looking to turn the tide a little, because Chris Wakelin is certainly scoring the better of the two. Long way to go, but Ding's still needs frames on the board in this session. Because Wakelin's confidence is only going to grow with every frame he wins.
Yeah, but actually, he missed that one by quite a way. Of course, the red was careering all around the angles. I think he's going to have to make something happen here and get some frames on the board before they reconvene for the evening session. He looked a bit fed up at the end of the last. He marched out of the arena, but you don't mind that. You know, you want to see some annoyance, some frustration, and his chance to put it right, and there is still plenty of time. It is the first of 10. We'll lift the trophy, the big prize, everything that goes with it.
Yeah, he's always kind of been like that. I think, you know, it matters, but it's about being ready when the chance comes, which he often is. Some players give nothing away. Some like to sort of style it out and act as if there's no disappointment there. Ding doesn't pretend not to be disappointed, but as I say, it's then about these opportunities. Can he put together a decent break? His highest is still only 42. That's not going to win him this match, clearly. Going to have to go up significantly.
Seven.
He's played that well. The pot, and also just screwing the cue ball off the cushion in behind the red.
Thirty. $40.
No good.
19.
So again, from a promising position, it's not come to much.
Yeah, a little couple of kisses there on the pink and black. I don't suppose it would have affected the result really, because it was close up to that red down the along the black cushion. So it had promised, that visit, but it didn't amount to anything. It's kind of how it's been all the way through so far for Ding.
Yeah, it's a bit of a test of his patience. I mean, he's played well in the tournament. The match with Karen Wilson was brilliant, but not yet today.
That was another one that was wayward. It was difficult, however. And this time, Ding would be most annoyed if he didn't fill his boots here. This is a good chance again. It's more of an orthodox position, and that's kind of how he likes them. Although at 4-1 down, I'm not sure he'll like it that much.
In some ways, though, Wakelin's confidence has worked to his advantage, because he's taken on these tough long reds, fancying getting them, but he's missed two in this frame. And this is the second opening he's handed to Ding.
Eight.
kind of like that red and the pink away from there that are next to each other. Gone a fraction too far there. You have to play a little nudge into some reds. Could be that the bottom red or the red directly above the black still pots to the opposite corner. Yeah, I think that's fine actually. That bottom red will go.
20.
But again, he has to be very careful as to where the cue ball finishes. Screw out of there, I think, this time. Good shot.
21.
Very nice. Played it with a little bit of screw and left hand, reverse side, so it didn't check off the cushion. Just went up the table towards the blue, and now he's opened up the whole frame.
Yes, and he knows there's a long way to go. His very first final, when it all started for him, that China Open, which unbelievably is nearly 20 years ago now. He was 4-1 down in that to Stephen Hendry. That was best of 17, and he won 9-5. If he can get on a run of frames, scoring heavily, he can sort of shut Wakelin out. And this could be the start of it. We'll see. He's got to try and nail this now.
26. $27. $32. $33. $40.
So 2 more reds should secure him in the second frame.
41.
Yeah, Chris Wakelin, as I say, he is confident, but that confidence led him to taking on a very tough long red that left this second chance in the frame for Ding.
Just think that shot where he screwed off the bunch and that red he potted to left corner and up for the
46.
blue. That absolutely opened it all up. He's so good at those shots. He's got a lot of support here, hasn't he? And they'll be aware of the fact that he has at last pulled the frame back. You know, there's still enough time for him to get right back into this session.
Yeah, Ding is a superstar in China, a sporting superstar, and Chris Wakelin
54.
will be aware of that as much as anybody.
$55.
Finished a bit close to the blue, but he's well in front here. There's no way back in the frame. So a slight shift here. Ding was struggling for fluency. Now he's found some.
57.
Is it the start of a sustained passage of play for him? Because he could still end up, after this session, in front. He's playing a little plant here. Or trying to. Not to worry.
57.
That's more like it. Ding's best contribution of the match so far. 57 from China's number one. He narrows the gap. Chris Wakelin now leads 4-2. Well, it's been a very interesting start to this final. Chris Wakelin 4-2 up, but he's just seen Ding play a much better frame. 57 the break. So 4-2 to Wakelin. 3 frames remain in this opening session. 10 needed tonight to become champion. Big occasion, because we missed these events the few years they were off the calendar during the pandemic and the recovery from that. A lot of work was got into getting them back on. And they feel, in many ways, bigger than ever. I think the players have made a fuss of. We saw that the day before with the PR day and the red carpet and all of that. And there's a real sense of prestige to them. So if you can win one of them, it's a real feather in your cap.
They just hit too much of it there. Yeah, a little bit of uncertainty on that one. I expected him to get it. He just hit it too thick. He's covered the right side, and he might have forced Ding into playing this long red here, which I'm not sure he wants to play in particular. Oh, brilliant though. Brilliant. He likes to just put his hand out when he gets a little nudge. I think he deserves to get a good kiss. It was a great part.
Six.
He's holding for the blue.
Seven.
It's not a full-blown chance just yet. Now they're going to nudge into the pink here and get the reds open that way. He's going to play on the reds down further down. He's played into them.
Foul.
Well, the crowd sort of starting to make a bit more noise, aren't they? Obviously, Ding is very much a local hero, and they're enjoying what they're seeing here. Just signs that he's starting to find his game. Well, there is a red over the pocket. caught the
18.
green. Yeah, can't see it direct. He's looking to come cushion first, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it looks most likely to play the plant, but it's actually, the red's not over the pocket. He's playing cushion first onto the red. Oh, the black goes. Wow, that is that's a big deal from where he was. That is a big deal. Those two shots in a row. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't completely aware
26.
of him looking at that side of the table, because he played cushion first. He'd have had to play a cannon as well. There's a lot to take in there to be able to get onto the black
27.
intentionally. I'm not saying he didn't play at all, but it seems a little bit far-fetched. Anyway, doesn't matter now. It's a bit of a game changer, that shot, the cushion first. Right behind the black, red next to it. Everything's on now. Everything has
34.
escalated in this break very quickly. It looked like nothing more than a bit of a half chance. Now it looks like he'll
35.
be very disappointed not to win the frame.
$42. $43.
Yes, it must be quite tight, but he thinks he can just get through the black. Whether he needs just a trace of right-hand side maybe to make the angle happen. Yeah, I think he is, just a trace. This is where he's such a lovely player, those little touches like that. I don't think that, like, he may not have been on that, but he just glided it
50.
round the red.
$51.
So, another half century. Just now looking to bring this home, this frame. I mean, clearly, this is all going to be resolved this
56.
evening, but you want to put yourself in a position where you're not coming back with a lot to do. As I say, you could still be in front at 5-4.
$57.
So red colour, and it's much more like it for
64.
Ding Junhui at 4-1. He didn't seem very pleased when he left the arena, the way it was going. But things have changed.
65.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a cheer, probably a roar, if this pink goes in, because it's frame ball. Crowd have been very enthusiastic at this tournament. Remember the very first morning, Play was held up for an hour because Ding was playing. Ronnie O'Sullivan was playing. Ding was playing later on, and they had to get the crowd in from the previous session.
72.
Just because of the demand. And if you bought a ticket weeks ago for the final, you've been rewarded here, seeing, as I say, a national sporting hero in Ding Junhui, who's now starting to produce the sort of snooker people love to watch. Chris Wakelin is still in front, but he's watching
17
an opponent starting to find his range. It's going to have to be a plan to keep it going, but he's well over the line.
He's pretty good at those, isn't he? You saw him knocking an incredible plant down that left side of the table in a previous match.
And then he misses the black. Although it's doing its best to go in. But a very nice break that, wasn't it? 80 from Ding, who is right back in this now with 2 frames left to play in the session. Chris Wakelin's lead has been cut to just 4-3. So a slight sea change in this final. Chris Wakelin was good value for his 4-1 lead, but he hasn't potted a ball since then. Ding's made breaks at 57 and 80. And it's 4-3. 2 big frames here, last 2 of the session. Now they're sitting on the table. Oh, it's not there now. It's not there now. He's been in pretty clinical mood this week, hasn't he, Chris? Taking on a few long ones, isn't he? Last few frames, they're not going in.
Well, maybe another long one here that he can knock in. Been more dangerous to the long pots to the right corner for some reason. You do get that occasionally. He's playing this with a lot of right-hand side. Probably the side is why he missed that rather than which side of the table he's playing from. He seems to be more effective at long range into the right corner, though. That's that right side. Playing off the bunch, he has to be quite careful not to push a red close to a pocket here. That's why he played it extremely thin in contact. Didn't want to disturb the reds too much. From player view, you can see he can get to the left side of the bunch as we see it. Taking the cue ball wide here around the angles. So I thought that was going to stay over the pocket. Shot, that is crunching in the middle at speed. But as ever, it's been mostly the case in this session that high value colours have not always been in play. It hasn't necessarily stopped Wakelin from scoring.
Four. Nine.
So he sort of sat out a couple of frames, but he's very much, of course, in the final. He's looking to get himself in front
10.
at the halfway stage now.
Yeah, and I think on that basis, it's quite a big frame for him, isn't it? Because he's been pegged back, and you know, the luxury of knowing you're going to lead, and with a frame to go in the session would be a nice position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, these long matches we know from the World Championship, they get broken down into sessions, mini sessions. You just want to you want to hold the advantage at every point. I always think with the semi-finals in Sheffield, you know, you can't really look at the end of the match when it starts because they're 3 days, 4
15.
sessions. But you can look at being ahead at the end of the first session.
Sixteen. $21.
It feels that the cue ball's heading over towards that pink and red close together here. And he managed to avoid them. He could have done without that little flick and
22.
on the blue. He could have used just missing the blue, and that way would have a topside angle and maybe a way into the reds by the black. But none of that's going to happen now. It's a handy break, but it's a question of how much more from here he can put together. Stretching over,
27.
trying to get the cue ball back for a colour. Not easy.
Please, quickly, 27.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a simple shot. He nearly fluked it. Now, if Ding can pot this and finish quite close to the bulk cushion down that line, he could have a shot to pot the brown and get into the bunch of reds here. Oh no, he's got hold of it, maybe to do the same off of something else. Certainly he'd like to get these reds opened up if he could. And he's not perfect by any means. As you can see, there is a red that goes, but he wanted to be right behind it, not playing it from this kind of angle.
Hey.
Played it with topspin right-hand running side, but it's the one place where he's absolutely got nothing.
Ding Junhui 8.
There was a number of balls there. I think it was a 4-ball plant, wasn't it? It's a shame for Wakelin's point of view. That 4-ball plant did not lead to something better. He just nudged into the brown ball. Not in a favourable way either. That's a very attacking shot. He probably felt that just rolling up with all those reds down the table was not going to be any kind of an advantage. Ding would have just rolled into them off the cushion, I think. And the black goes, well, goodness me. From that angle, you would never have believed it. It was a terrific shot. Very adventurous, the last two shots. Green and red, very positive. And what happened there? Is there a plant again?
12.
There is. Not against knocking the plant, is he? A 4-ball plant.
13.
Just 2 balls this time.
$18. biting.
He's overscrewed by a long way. It's a real pity because it was a terrific break, you know. He's done well to make this many.
26.
46 break. I mean, had he been able to screw back onto that red and win the frame from it, would have been some performance. But even then, he's in a very strong position. If he could just keep things tight, there's no more plants there.
Yeah, it was a good visit, that, wasn't it? He's not gone into his shell, Chris Wakelin. He's been on the front foot despite Ding dominating the previous 2 frames. So 45 in the frame, 59 available.
Interesting shot from Ding, isn't it? I mean, playing it with all that side. Cuba went in behind the green. I mean, I wouldn't be certain he played that, but still well struck to get the cue ball back with side on the ball, opposite side to what you usually put on a shot like that. Trouble unless there's a gap. There is a gap. May turn out to be a very big frame one way or another, this one, because Ding, he's not in a particularly strong position, but he's a long way from being out of the frame either. Very good pot to middle from there. Not a very promising angle. It
was a horrible contact, that. It didn't sound at all nice.
Well, yep, and he's asking for everything to be cleaned as well. I say everything. Not all of the balls, of course, just the yellow and the cue ball. But I think the good news for Ding is he's on the red still, whereas it did appear when he hit it that he might end up buried behind the blue. But he can get to it.
Yeah. It could have been horrible, actually. But the yellow went in, as you say, he's still on the next red.
Now the key is here. What goes? Does the top red go into? Well, it'll certainly go right side. I can't think it would go into the left corner. Well, finishing high with that angle, it means he hits the other red, and there's a bit of uncertainty
11.
about pot and position.
12.
Yeah, he kind of gave up on it, didn't he, a little bit? He thought, I'd better just pop this. I think he didn't want to leave it into a world of guesswork. Could have missed the pot and lost the frame. Now he's going to get the pink out and try and get him behind yellow.
Junhui, 12.
Delighted with that. Don't know if there's a possibility of a very, very thin cut. I don't think so. He'd be absolutely delighted to have got out of that little mess. Ding needs red and a high value colour, pink or black. And he's got to keep this pretty tight if he can.
A lot of murmuring going on, isn't there? The crowd recognising this is quite an important juncture of the match. Ding trying to get level from 4-1 down, which then gives him a chance to be in front coming back tonight. But if he loses the frame, there's the possibility of being 6-3 down.
He needs to pop the pink, and he's on the pink, crucially. So this next shot feels like a really big one. Just glanced off the black. He's not put the black safe. Pink to yellow. Well, you feel he'll win the frame if this goes in. Gets position as well. Interesting way of playing it, and he is on the yellow to the middle pocket. So this will hurt Chris Wakelin if it happens.
Yeah, Wakelin, when he was in, just tried to get one of the reds out around the top cushion, didn't, and that's really where it turned this frame. Ding's aptitude has been really good from 4-1 down. He was struggling a bit, but found a way back into it.
16.
Well, whatever happens in the deciding frame of the session, or the last frame of the session, I should say, but I don't think it matters as much as it would had Wakelin won it. So this is a real boost for Ding Junhui and his army of supporters.
Yeah, and I think we're going to hear from them, aren't we, if this black goes in, which it surely will. A 10-solve frame, Ding needs the black for 4 each. Wait for the roar. There it is. Great clearance. So from 4-1 down, Ding Junhui has turned this around, and with 1 frame to go, we're level at 4-4. Well, it's been an entertaining opening session of the final, and whatever happens, there's only going to be 1 between them. Chris Wakelin, having led 4-1, I guess will be disappointed if he's 5-4 down. Ding just made a terrific last red to black clearance to take the 8th frame. These long matches, they have their passages where one player's on top, another one can kind of be frozen out, but there's still a long way to go. Either way, though, it's going to be set up brilliantly for the final session, which will come, of course, later today. We'll have that live view from 12:30 CET, 11:30 UK time. 2.5 hours from now.
I do think that Ding will be relatively happy either way, but should Wakelin lose this session, I think he'd be horrified, actually. What's he left here? Nothing particularly easy, I don't think. It was a bit of a lash from Ding without any real control. There is a plant, and the two reds are fairly set to the corner. Oh dear.
One.
Is he on it? It looked like the red was sure to cover the black path to the pocket, but he can get through all right. There's a little bit of unrest, a little bit of noise in the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd have been really involved, haven't they? And they certainly enjoyed Ding's clearance, but Chris Wakelin's got a lot of support as well as just a phone going off in the background. It is a big frame. I mean, okay, it's 5-4 either way, but for Wakelin, having made the running, to be trailing, it would be a disappointment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it really would. And on the balance of play, he's probably at least 5-4 or even 6-3 could have been the score, and you don't always get what you deserve, of course. But he wouldn't. I don't think he would deserve to be behind.
No, because you go back to frame 2. I mean, he had the chance there, didn't he? He needed blue and pink, missed the blue. So it's two very close frames that have gone the other way that have made a big difference. Can't be a good shot. It really can't. Red to middle is the recovery, but he should never have had to play something like this. Only just passes the other one. But in it goes. Well played.
15.
Well, he's been on the front foot the whole session. It's a massive match, the biggest match he's ever played. But he's been positive. He's not gone into his shell. And if he could end with a nice break, end the session, putting together a good frame, he'll have good thoughts going back to the hotel and ahead of tonight. Saw a couple of polls online. I put one up myself, actually. Who do you think is going to win? And it was pretty decisive towards Ding. It was sort of 70-30 territory, which you can understand with his experience, but the point is, with any final, you know the two finalists have played well to get here, and Chris Wakelin has had a very, very tough run in terms of the people he's had to beat. There's the confidence of being a top 16 player now. All positive thoughts, and that's what he's trying to take into this last frame of the session.
Yeah, I mean, he should feel confident that he's scoring well. All week he's been playing some good stuff. Just got to keep his head together for the remainder of this visit, I guess. Could well be the one.
What that is. It sounded like a sort of PA announcement, but I don't know. Maybe a very unusual ringtone.
Well, it hasn't done him any favours, Wakelin.
42.
He's just got to play the little cut back. The cue was going into the red and the pink above it. Oh, goodness me, has that put him off? Do you know, it might have done, I have to say, because it sounded like as Dave said, some sort of an announcement, or almost like you'd hear at a station, a train being delayed, but it was certainly enough to distract.
So a dramatic moment in a dramatic session. 42-0, but Ding with the chance. If you're just joining us, he was 4-1 down and not playing great. His highest break to that point was only 42.
Played a good shot there to get the cue ball right out of there and onto the black perfectly. So this is quite a dramatic development in the session. Yeah, I mean, the Wakelin business there, the red he missed, it was a shot before that there was the something in the crowd which was distracting, some voice or something. But either way, he got up and played a not very good positional shot and then missed the next one.
Might
have played to shift that red there, but either way, there's plenty in the middle of the table to get at least back into the frame, if not more so than that.
$15. $16. $21. $22.
Double checking that the red will still be available to that right corner from on the left side when the pink is respotted.
$28. $29.
Well, he's a few behind, but you get the feeling he's a pretty strong favourite to take this frame, albeit, you know, there's a couple of problems along the way. The red that he's closest to on that left cushion, that is the real stumbling block where it's placed. The others, you feel like you get round it. Just being straight on the black's not helping really. Interesting shot selection to plant the red up into the yellow pocket is what he's done.
36.
Well, it was the right decision to finish on that one, and he's just off straight. Would he consider going into the red on the left? It's hard to know how that would necessarily work out for him if he did. No, he's not played on it. But he's finished really awkward. This is horrible now.
42.
Well, what a moment. 4 each, 42 each. Last frame of the session.
Yeah, this is a particularly difficult, awkward cueing blind pocket. There's very little to like about this shot. You're standing behind it. Really good cueing. I mean, seriously good.
43.
But there are still plenty of issues here. Getting on the bottom red. And then the other one, so doesn't want to be straight. And if he is, well, he's going to have to try and drop the black in
49.
and land on top of the red on the left. So this is getting more difficult by the shot. Well, here's the biggest shot of the session so far. The black's not a certainty by any means. And the cannon, if he gets it, which I think he will, it looks a natural. I mean, that is not guaranteed to work out either. It's an absolutely wonderful effort, but he's just pushed it beyond the middle now. He could easily pop this down the end.
57.
But had he just dropped that in and was able to pop the... Surely he's not playing that, is he? Had he dropped it over the middle, that would have been one of the best shots all week. I've seen, if you play this very slowly, I have to say I've seen one or two of these drift out from left to right this week, not necessarily at pace. Never there, never there.
Junhui, 57.
Particularly want to play it, it seemed to me. It didn't fancy the shot very much.
Well, Ding cleared up from the last thread, didn't he, in the last frame? Can Chris Wakelin do the same here? It's been a really good session, and it's turned into a dramatic one. Wow.
Well, he needs some cover now. I don't think he's got it.
Well, what a chance, and he was going so well at 4-1, wasn't he? He was definitely the better player, and on the balance of the session, the chances he's had, you feel should probably be in front. But I'd be concerned now Ding can get through to it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been fairly sort of philosophical about it all, Wakelin, but I think what's annoyed him is that he feels that he was distracted by something that happened. Something loud came through, and he played a poor positional shot and missed the next ball, and he looked up straight away, and he'll feel that that is the reason he's not in front, I think.
Well, either way, there'll be a couple of hours to collect his thoughts, and he's very much in the final. And the real drama, I guess, is still to come, but it's been a great session, this.
6.
Ding's many supporters delighted to see him turn this round. This green is for a 5-4 lead. All still to play for, though. Possible 10 frames left.
It's all true, isn't it? But he'll have to get his head together, because, like you say, it feels like a serious defeat, doesn't it, to be 4-1 up and somehow, despite how he's playing, be behind. So he'd have to do a lot of recovery work, I think.
He's looking for a quick exit as Ding just clears up here. Chris Wakelin made 4 half-centuries to lead 4-1, but has lost 3 close frames in this session, including this last one. And so Ding Junhui it is who has the advantage at the halfway stage of the International Championship final. He's looking for ranking title number 15. And his home supporters delighted to see him hit the front. But there's a long way to go. It's first to 10 as Ding leads 5-4.
In frame number 10 of a possible 19, Fergal O'Brien alongside me for the finale. It's been a great week, Fergal. We've had high drama, we've had bags of breaks, and we could be in for a thrilling climax.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah, beautifully poised. Be fascinating to see how it unfolds. Ding was the favourite at the start of the match, probably more so now, leading from being 4-1 down. But he hasn't won in 5 years, so he has his own challenges to overcome himself. That's for Chris important during that break. He forgot the mistakes he made. Knows he probably could and should have had a lead, but there's only one frame in it. It's the opportunity of a lifetime, so just give it everything.
One of the challenges for Wakelin in this final was to regroup after the emotional roller coaster what was the semi-final against Xiao Guodong, when of course he led 8-5 at one stage and looked as though he may have missed his chance. Got very edgy, but regrouped in the final frame when it mattered, just as he did against John Higgins. Very grateful, as he pointed out, to have the day off yesterday just to get those emotions back on something approaching an even keel ahead of this, the biggest match of his life. And he certainly competed very well. He was arguably the better player in the first session, even though he's a frame behind. So he can make a good start this evening. Stay with Ding, that's the key. Not allow Ding to build a big lead then. Who knows?
Apart from having the challenge of beating one of the all-time greats like Ding to try and win his first ranking event, also the crowd involvement and impact is something else you have to overcome. Could be noisy. He knows the crowd very much wants Ding to win. Can't let that affect him. As best he can, just stay in his own little bubble. Just get engrossed playing the game.
It's only their third meeting, and Wakelin will hope to repeat the heroics of their second just a few weeks ago at the Wuhan Open, when he made 3 total clearances and beat Ding 5-3. A rather different occasion this evening, though. That was a 4th round match. This is for the title. He's already picked up his biggest paycheck in getting to the final, £75,000. Of course, he's a former shootout winner, but this would be something altogether bigger for Wakelin. And for Ding, just as hungry for the title for different reasons, as Fergal mentioned, without a ranking event title since his 3rd UK Championship in 2019. He's been runner-up at the UK for the last 2 seasons. Also made the World Open final last season, where he lost heavily to Trump in the title match in Yushan. So he's come close, but at this stage of his career, coming close is not sufficient. He wants another big title.
felt it was worth the risk. Safety wasn't easy. Bought the white over to that right-hand side. Knew he was leaving Chris a pot, but it wasn't going to be an easy pot. But both of them have had a few shots now, so it should be a bit more settled.
Bit of a stretch, and mindful of that red close to the baulk cushion, but he's well clear of it actually. Cued that very nicely. Made breaks of 63, 92, 85 and 64 in the first session.
Seven. Eight.
He's become very strong in all departments, Chris. But I think the big improvement last season or two has been in the scoring. The scoring a lot heavier, more consistent. Not necessarily even centuries,
14.
just frame-winning breaks. He did that today. Won't want to continue in the habit of losing the close frames, because you feel definitely will be some close, tight frames tonight.
Well, the body language as soon as he hit that suggested he wasn't happy. I don't know whether he was slightly put off by some movement or some noise, but
yeah, I think the last frame today, when he missed the last red, he seemed to get up. He was gesturing as if the crowd had put him off slightly. And again, if it happened this afternoon, it could happen a lot tonight. Can't let that affect him.
it's a thinnish cutback from mid-range into the yellow pocket. It cost him the frame. And he was in control of the frame before that. He was well in front, 40 odds to the good, but couldn't quite finish it off. And that one is just high. So the break ends disappointingly early for Wakelin.
Ding, weighing up his options. I think he just went over to the right-hand side there to see where he'd like to be. With playing the black. Can't take this red for granted, but you feel with the black there, great chance to go into the pack if he wanted. Elected to play on the blue. I think he's just enough of an angle to stun down for that loose red. Also putting this frees the black spot.
6.
Tricky little red, but could be key to the frame with that black waiting there.
37.
Coolly done.
Yeah, it just came off the pack at the wrong angle. Nearly like a wall that led him towards his left corner. A bit disappointed. Feel sure going into the pack of pace, he'd be left on a red or maybe even choice of reds. But it looks like he's going to be tempted with this red to right middle.
Tremendous recovery, and the crowd showing their appreciation. It would be a big deal for Ding to win tonight in more ways than one. That 5-year hiatus since he won a ranking event, but to win it on home turf as well, in front of his fans. He's not won here in a ranking event final for 7 years. That was the World Open. It would make the win, I'm sure, extra special for him. And of course, this is about the time of year where Ding, regardless of form, starts to show his best. He's had such a great record at the UK Championship down the years. 3 times a winner. Finalist the last 2 seasons, so it would be the perfect tonic to arrive at the York Barbican with this trophy under his arm.
He takes some stopping there as well. Great record there in York. For a few years now, Ding has played a selected small schedule at the start of the season.
25.
It's this time of year you feel he's trying to peak for
26.
He'd only won 3 matches in ranking events this season coming into this tournament, all 3 of which were in Wuhan. He was nowhere on the 1-year list. He's propelled himself into the top 10 just by getting to the final. Of course, that has implications for the Players' Series events from next spring. Controlled cannon, but it could clearly have worked out better for him.
31.
The reds are split nicely, but he's not on one. Plant. Wow, he was on one. That's a bit of luck.
Yeah, massive piece of luck, you would have to say. See by his reaction when he into the cluster. Looked to the heavens, frustrated.
And what a chance now as a result of that plant to move 2 clear with his 5th consecutive frame.
37.
Again, with his immaculate cue ball control, you just can't see any reason why he won't win this frame. Felt at the start of tonight's session more important for Chris
45.
to start well.
.46.
And he did have the chance. He knocked in a good red, Wakelin, into the right corner, but then missed the black into the same pocket.
.53. 54.
crowd, as ever,
61.
very alive to the situation. Wakelin needs a snooker, but he's not going to get the chance.
62.
And yes, there was a bit of fortune in inadvertently setting up a plant to keep this break going. But it was a brilliant red initially from Ding into the centre pocket when it looked like the break might be over early, that helped him to make what is surely a frame-winning contribution. Chris Wakelin remains in his chair. More frustration for him. He had a chance, he couldn't make the most of it, and Ding has stepped in with his 5th frame in a row to lead 6-4. A break of 66, Ding Junhui's 4th half-century of this final, to put himself 6-4 in front, having won 5 in a row.
Fortunate there, Chris. Caught that break way too thick. As a result, the red came up to the balk end, but covered it with brown. And as a result, that red coming up, Ding's in a little bit of trouble here. Just taking time out to think. You're trying to roll up to the pack. There was a red slightly loose to the right of it. Also, to roll up on the reds close to the black, very easy to slide by them and leave a red on. So Chris's bad break could work to his advantage. I think he can still come off the side cushion and lay into the pack and basically try and lie on the red that is loosest to the right. Chances are he wouldn't leave a red. He knows it could go wrong, but probably the best percentage shot. Couldn't have played it much better. Possible already we get a re-rack because neither player is going to be keen playing a safety shot to balk end with that red up there. Touching ball, if it is, might gamble.
Touchable.
Ji Yixin has confirmed it is touching the red closest to the pink. Wakelin just needs something to re-establish himself now in this final. He was bossing things at 4-1. Has had chances since then, but now finds himself 2 adrift. If he falls 3 behind, although it's not terminal to his chances, it would be a long road back from there. Ding with all the momentum at the moment. Of course, there is that bit more wiggle room now in a first to 10. bonus for whoever wins this match, of course, is a guaranteed spot in the Champion of Champions in Bolton next week. Whoever does win would play Judd Trump on Wednesday. And you get a minimum £12,500 just for showing up at that event. So it just indicates the doors that are opening, particularly for Wakelin, both in terms of the finances and the ranking points, as he narrowly misses that red.
Ding backed himself to get a cover with the green and the red, which he didn't get. Yeah, Ding came down to have a look at that, see what is a possible plant. Always looked likely that he wouldn't be able to catch it, to pot it. And trying to do it brought the white way down the table. Poor shot, you'd have to say. It's very much a shot to nothing, rather than having a speculative attempt at it. He seemed to go full-blooded for it, but it could cost him.
Hey.
Wakelin appearing in just his third ranking final. He made the Northern Ireland Open showpiece last season, lost heavily to Trump, 9-3. Of course, won the shootout 2 seasons ago, making a century to do so. The highest break of the tournament. It was a great moment for him, but this would be even greater if he can turn this around. But not thrilled with the cannon. That's left him much further away from his next red than he would have liked, so there's pressure on this. And he's just pushed it to the far jaw, and he's left it for Ding. Not happening at the moment for Wakelin.
Yeah, worrying times. Such a good opportunity to only make 14 against the kind of opportunity this week he's been clinical at. And just compounded by leaving Ding such an easy starter. He might still be feeling good and confident, crisp. But this could still slip away from him quite quickly. Next couple of frames, very important.
The frustration will be that he's not being blown away by a barrage of breaks by Ding. He's had a number of chances in several of the frames he's lost, including the last 3 in a row. And again at the start of this one. Looks like that little rub has worked out well for Ding. It all started for him 19 years ago here in China when, as a wild card, still only 18, he defeated Stephen Hendry for his first ranking title. Hoping to land his 15th tonight.
12.
Beautiful shot there from Ding. See the delayed reaction with the backspin to work back through the pack. Again, without taking anything for granted. With his cue ball control, it's hard to see him making a mistake. Cue ball travels shortest possible distance. Always seems to have the right angle on the next ball and playing it from very close. With a possible exception of Ronnie, and amongst them his cue ball control is the best.
20. It's
been noticeable this week with Ding at certain times during a break. Prepared to take an extra couple of seconds just to plot a plan, have it clear in his mind.
28.
They have a lot of confidence, but also no complacency. Not just taking it for granted. He'll definitely clear up.
It was certainly an indifferent start from Ding to his semi-final. He barely played any significant part in the first 3 frames against Xu Se, but crucially he was able to get out of the session only 2 behind, having taken the last, and then very much took over in the final session. Much the better player. Got stronger as his opponent got weaker, and there's a sense of that happening again at the moment.
43.
That passage of play from 4-1 to Chris is looking
44.
more and more important. It's possible it could turn out that that's as good as the day got for him. Even if he's thinking positive, still believes he can win.
49.
He just mightn't get the opportunities or the chances. More experienced
50.
man, more comfortable in these situations, more used to winning. He's getting stronger and also opening up a lead.
$57.
Played with confidence. The lead goes to 44. Only 59 left, so colour red, colour, and Wakelin will find himself in an even deeper predicament. But that has not worked out. That has gone wrong. Ding
63.
snookered on his intended red. 49 the lead, with 59 remaining.
Yeah, very unlike him. Talk about his close cue ball control. He actually had a massive margin for error there.
So a late twist in this 11th frame.
Ding Junhui.
Is it going to be
63.
significant? Ding the favourite, but not over the line. Ding only now needs a red in the colour. But he'll be mindful of the fact that there's nothing safe on the table. So there's definitely still jeopardy here for the home favourite.
Play that well, Ding. Was very aware of the fact could have easily clipped that red close to right corner and brought it into play. Yeah, nod the head there from Chris. Might be forced into taking this red on. Might feel the safety is as difficult as the pot on that basis. It's worth going for it.
Well, he was a long way off there. Where's this red going to end up? Covering the red that could have taken Ding to the frame by the looks of it.
Yeah, he seems to be eyeing up this shot to nothing. Pot's a very high percentage for this kind of shot.
The crowd knew that was in long before it got to the pocket. Not the ideal kiss for Ding, who still needs a colour. But another good pot nonetheless.
14比64.
So on the cusp. His sixth consecutive frame here.
Ding Junhui 1.
Bad shot there. Felt sure he was going to roll up and go close to the snooker, or maybe even play the round down the table, a bit of insurance, but he didn't do anything.
Brilliant. Fantastic pot. Now then, are we about to see a significant turning point in this final? Because Ding has had chances to put this frame away. He could have bought himself some insurance just now, opted to play safe, and it wasn't safe. And suddenly, this is a great chance for Wakelin to win a frame he must have thought he'd lost.
Hey.
And in the process, get himself back in contention.
Struck that well.
9.
Needs blacks to be able to win the frame by a point. Another situation, that first red, Chris might have just played safety, but he knew it was an error from Ding. It's worth a gamble to try and capitalise on it. It's been a massive frame to win.
Would you believe it? Would you believe it? All week we've been talking about how receptive these corner pockets are, and of course the cloth replaced ahead of the sharp end of this tournament. But what a gift for Ding, who played a pretty ordinary safety just now and could have paid a heavy price. But is that the moment that Chris Wakelin's realistic chances of walking away with this title ended? We'll see. He's got a lot to do now.
10.
Ding would have rather won the frame in one visit. In a funny kind of way, the fact that Chris has had a chance and missed is better.
13.
More of a psychological blow for Chris.
Yes, he's had quite a few chances in the last few frames, Wakelin, and just hasn't been able to make the most of them. And that would have been a hurtful blow to strike. It would have certainly stung Ding Junhui to only be 6-5 in front. As it is, it's 6 on the bounce, and Wakelin now has a pretty seismic task on his hands.
28. Ding Junhui.
Ding doesn't bother with the black. A dramatic frame. It could have gone the other way, but once again it's gone Ding's way as he moves to within 3 at 7-4. That 11th frame feels extremely big in the context of this final. Had Wakelin been able to steal it, not only does he break the momentum of Ding, but he gets himself back within 1 frame. Now he's 3 adrift, having lost 6 in a row.
Imperative, you feel, for Chris to win this frame, or certainly one of the next 2, but psychologically it can be difficult to think, well, even if I win these 2 frames, I'm still behind at the interval. And likewise for Ding, takes a little bit of pressure off. He knows even if he was to lose these same 2 frames, it's still of the lead.
The view from the balk end. Yes, Ding hasn't been punished for his mistakes in recent times. That's the bottom line. He missed a red at the end of the frame before the conclusion of the first session, but Wakelin then missed himself. And then, of course, the chance to steal just now. He does still have some room to manoeuvre. That's the key for Wakelin. It's still 3 more frames for Ding, so the winning line is still a way off, but Wakelin urgently needs something to restore a bit of confidence in his game, which may have started to dwindle. Six frames without winning one is a lot.
As far as I know, Chris is over in China this week by himself. I'm sure he rang home to friends and family at the interval, but the kind of situation where it's nice to have somebody in your corner just to remind you of the positives, greater perspective. Very easy to get in at yourself and think it's not going to be your day. But he has got this first chance in this frame. Just has to dig in and believe he can turn it round. Shown great character throughout his career, and this week needs to dig deep again.
One.
Put together that superb 3-frame burst, 92, 85, 64, to lead 4-1. Ding only scored 18 points in those 3 frames. So something similar now
6.
required.
Seven. Tough.
he just slightly overran. Not sure the red that'd be straightest goes past the black into that corner. Yeah, that tells you that he's going to play the one above that. Going to glance off the other red. Not guaranteed to be in position. Yeah, that wasn't a mistake. It's from the blue. Just overran it. Ran the risk it could go wrong. The way things are going. Just adding all the time to his frustration. That was a great pot.
That had a sense of all or nothing about it. No. Terrific pot, knowing he was leaving reds.
Yeah, brave in the circumstance, you have to say.
19.
Deserves to have this red. Back now, prime position.
27.
Just needs to have control of the cue ball. Also control of his emotions. Forget the score. Forget what's happened. Just play one shot at a time.
$35. 36.
What a run it's been to get to this final. He beat 3 world champions back-to-back. Shaun Murphy, Mark Williams, John
43.
Higgins, making that cool 62 break in the decider when they were dragged off a frame early, had to come back
44.
after the evening session to finish up. And then despite the nervy nature of the semi-final, losing that 8-5 lead, he was able to regroup again to win that decider with a 67 break. So he's shown, even though
51.
like every player who's played before him, that he's susceptible to nerves, he's also proved that he can regroup when it really matters.
52.
But the first thing he's got to do this evening is get himself back in the hunt. And that starts with winning this frame.
You could hear a sigh from Chris there.
58.
Knows he should have a better angle than this. He felt he couldn't be tight on the cushion. Come further off. Still expect him to pot it. Forced it into the pocket.
59.
It looks like a natural angle. Play this black. Little drop cannon onto the red if you wanted. Looks like he's gone for those reds and balk instead. Just felt a greater margin for error. Bigger target.
66.
And just a red and a colour should do it.
$67.
And he deserves a lot of credit for this break, not least the pink that he took on, which was eminently missable, knowing he was leaving plenty for Ding Junhui. But the crowd acknowledged frame ball, an absolutely must-win frame.
72.
for Chris Wakelin, and it would appear he's done so.
'73.
Hey, Sean. Excellent
76.
resolve during this visit. Exactly what I needed. Be feeling a lot more comfortable now.
'77.
He's made 4 centuries this week.
'82.
Again,
Chris Wakelin.
it always looked a little high. 82 will do, though. Chris Wakelin with a vital intervention to stop the 6-frame winning burst from Ding, who now leads 7-5.
First shot.
Chris Wakelin's 5th
break.
half-century break of the match. An 82 to get himself back in the picture at 7-5 behind, having lost 6 in a row. This is the final frame before the last interval. 10, of course, is the target for the title. Not the best break-off. Again, there's a red there for Ding, whose long game has been a bit mixed in this tournament. He's used pace at times, he's lost a bit of control. But he has potted some good ones as well. Right in the middle, and the frustration for Wakelin, fresh from that really excellent 82, is that he's immediately given Ding an opening in the next frame.
Yeah, I've stressed it before. The importance of the break-off in this modern game. It's not a question of getting a good white. It's more a question of judging the contact on the end red, so you don't leave a red. However, it could be fortunate, Chris, that from that red, he might have only made 3, but something you'd want to try and stop as we're close to the winning line.
Ding Junhui. 3.
Yeah, that could have been a whole lot worse. Ding just not coming far enough for his intended red. Again, though, the safety not great. The 4-ball cannon on the yellow, the cue ball a long way from the intended baulk cushion. Hand on table just makes life so much easier when you're playing a safety.
Interesting shot selection there from Ding. Hit his hand on the table. Choice of 2 reds left corner. They would have required power. And certainly earlier on in his career, he would definitely have went for one of them and probably expected to get it. But again, just there's that slight deficiency from distance. So he's just managing his game, trying to have the percentages in his favour. Doesn't have to go for those reds. Good picture there of Ding pausing at the back, so he get his eyes totally focused on the object ball before he delivered the cue. Yeah, will Chris be tempted by these reds? Didn't totally commit. Played it as a shot to nothing, really. Made the pot more difficult. But a good cue ball he felt was his priority.
This time, perfect strength on the cue ball from Ding, who's playing in his 24th ranking final. If he wins, he'll move up one space in the rankings, above Sean Murphy into the top 8. Dear, hit it full ball. That just shows how much harder it is when you're cueing from the cushion. Yeah, from long range, Chris has been unsuccessful and missed by quite a distance as well, some of them. Not going to help his confidence. Well, Wakelin to win the title this evening, he'd move up to 11th in the world. Not bad for someone who started last year in the low 40s before he won that shootout. And apart from being number 11 in the world, the money he's going to win, plus bonuses, is fantastic. 175,000, plus money for being a seed in the UK, being in the Masters. Probably the World Championship as well, pretty much banked, even though we're still only in November and the Crucible's in April. So yes, the rewards are limitless, really. And also the series of events starting with the Grand Prix. So you probably add on the guts of another 100,000 to the 175 you'd get. Most welcome, particularly when you consider he's going to become a father for the first time in the near future. You need every penny of it. He's just bought a new house with his partner Lucy. Life very good off the table at the moment for Wakelin, and I'm sure that's a big reason why it's been so good on it. He's in a good place. He's got a good team. He feels relaxed. He now feels as though he's got the environment that allows him to show just how good he can be. And he's got Ding in a bit of bother here behind the green.
Foul and a miss. Chris Wakelin.
Couldn't have got any closer, but didn't quite make it. He won't be concerned about the 4 points. He's concerned he's left that red for Chris. Obviously hasn't played it by now.
Chris.
Very tense opening to this 13th frame. The significance of it not lost on either player. Wakelin will be delighted, having lost the first two on the resumption, if he can go into the interval as he started the evening, just one behind.
Yeah, it looks like the blue ball is blocking Ding from hitting those reds close to the black spot. That's why he's just coming down this end of the table. Probably going to play a dump shot. Thinking about it, where would he leave the white? He feels it's too risky. Might be forced to go for a very difficult long pot. Just try and find a shot so that Chris can't pot when he comes to the table. Elected to roll up to them, but played it too hard, and as a result, he just pushed this red on. So Chris has got that reward for getting the white behind the blue.
Wakelin wins the safety battle. The reds aren't great at the moment, but it's a chance to at least put a few together and see where it takes him.
One. Eight. Mark.
Couldn't avoid that red. Testing black. Now that he's got it, he's in a much better position.
16.
He just took time out there to see potting the black. Best way to disturb those reds. Which red to hit.
17.
Need to be plays with pace and pushes through the gap. Bound to be on something. That group of 6 reds there is the one second from the left. If you could cannon that, he'd push through. And even if he hit other balls, you feel sure he'd be on a choice of reds. So he wasn't prepared to take that risk. Try and pick off a few more reds, but there's no guarantee in a few minutes' time he'll be in a better position than what he was there.
$25.
Looked a little bit tense at the start of the night, but certainly relaxing into the session, relaxing into the environment.
The previous frame was huge for Wakelin, and in particular the pink that he took on into the right centre, which was very missable under pressure, and he played it in such a way that he knew if he did miss, he was staring down the barrel of 8-4, and then his hopes are close to over. So if he can go on to win this frame now and get himself right back in contention going into the final interval, that pot on the pink will be one of the keys to it. In the meantime, building a useful little lead, taking his time. He knows how important this visit is, having won the safety battle.
$37. $38.
With that pot now, great opportunity to win this frame. Yeah, great response from 7-4 down. Not playing his best.
44. 45.
Shown a lot of character and belief.
All the more so because he'd missed the red along the rail into the right corner as Ding watches on.
51.
In the previous frame when he had the chance to steal to make it just 6-5 behind.
52.
So to regroup in the way he did when he got the chance in the next, all the more impressive. And now he's running with that momentum that he's built.
$58. $59.
And this has been a very measured break from Wakelin. He's taken his time. Initially things weren't ideal, but he's kept it going, and now he's this pink and a red away from being within one again.
65.
Really good.
66.
And we have a final on our hands going into the final act of this International Championship title match.
Yeah, warm applause from the crowd. We've appreciated the last 2 breaks Chris has made. Again, for neutrals, it's exactly what we wanted. 7-6, probably a fear we had, and certainly Chris would have had. Ding could push on and go to 9-4. Just building up nicely all the time.
$74.
The test for Chris, of course, will be if and when he gets his
81.
chance to win his first ranking title. Apart from the shootout, can he take it? But likewise, Ding hasn't won in a
82.
while, so he'll have his own challenges to overcome himself.
And at 7-4 behind, it was beginning to look as though Wakelin wouldn't get himself into a position where he could entertain thoughts of winning it, but he's put that right in the last 2 frames. Didn't want the cannon. His highest break
89.
of the final, 92.
Please, Wakelin,
89, more than enough though. Chris Wakelin has responded superbly to losing the first 2 of the final session by winning the next 2, sharing that quartet of frames and staying in the hunt. It's all to play for then. Both players hungry for their own reasons to lift that magnificent vase and walk away with the first prize of £175,000. Ding still 3 away, but Chris Wakelin has been able to apply the pressure by winning the last 2 before the interval.
Yeah, the biggest night of Chris's career. Now he's won the shootout. It's not the same as winning one of these big tournaments over a week. A lot to do with his mindset. He needs to have the attitude. The pressure is a privilege. He's worked hard to be here. Enjoy every minute of it and give it everything.
Winning that cue ball just to run on a little to cover the potting angle, which it appears that he's done.
Seen Ding in the semi-final actually hit a plaster underneath his chin, and actually also one on his left forefinger. Certainly the chin and the plaster is gone. I thought that was a byproduct. It might have been a little bit damp and humid as a result. The cue wasn't as smooth, sticking a little piece. Constant back and forth motion. You can sometimes get a little cut or graze. That's gone anyway. That's a great safety shot from Chris there. On that line behind the green. Leaving Ding one-sided. But it might be such a good safety. Ding could be forced into going for a pot.
It was a good safety that opened up the chance to make that 89 break in the previous frame. And indeed, an excellent safety acknowledged by John Higgins, which set up the 62 break to beat the 4 times world champion in the quarterfinals from Wakelin. It's such a key element of his game. And he's got Ding thinking again.
Yeah, coming down this end of the table to see if he plays a dump shot? Is there a spot he can leave the white that he won't leave a red to left or particularly right corner? Chris has the initiative here. Just taking a second or two. What's the best shot to play to retain that initiative? This time trying to get on that line behind the yellow and on the cushion.
It just looks as though Wakelin is reinvigorated. He'll feel as though he's left a few frames out there today in this final, but the way in which he won the last two before the interval, I think it was a moment of truth for him, wasn't it, addressing that pink. He knew when he got down on it, this has got to go, otherwise this final's slipping away, but he committed to it, he got it, he made the most of it.
Yeah, it was a good sign he went for it, and an even better sign that he got it. And his whole demeanour has changed, and the whole dynamics of the match has changed. The atmosphere has changed. It's a lot quieter. Yeah, he was looking for a thin clip on that red.
Chris, Wakelin, 5.
Just very fearful of catching this too thick, leaving the white down this end of the table.
It was worth the wait. Excellent connection from Ding, really good. And that's the icing on the cake for him. One of those rueful smiles that you'll see from a snooker player, which couldn't be less representative of their true feelings.
Yeah, and obviously Ding came off 2 cushions with a bit of side. When I went back down the table, that side helped him sneak in behind the yellow and block off. Again, same problem for Chris, not just hitting a red. He might be tempted to play 2 cushions and a glance himself, because if he tries to lie on a red, then this end could easily leave one. So in one shot, Ding managed to turn it round, the initiative. But even the fact that Chris acknowledged it there just shows that he's more comfortable. Generally this week he has been playing with a smile on his face. Even the introduction tonight, he looked a bit tense. It's totally understandable, such a big occasion, but the more relaxed he can be is to his advantage.
Yes, on the one hand, he's already achieved so much this week, and even if he does lose tonight, he's going to have a lot of positive things to reflect on. That was a bit of a sighter, I think, the old 2-cushion escape, a long way off. But of course, having got to the final and having got back into it this evening, it doesn't make his desire to go on to win it any less. The fact that he's in the top 16 and he's in the Players' Series events and all of that. It's going back. Well, the tension of the significance of this final being broken at the moment. Both players can share a joke, although it's no laughing matter for Wakelin here.
Yeah, as usual, erred on the thin side. Much better to give 4 points away. Maybe 8, even 12. As you said, the first one was very much a sighter. Again, just good to see there, Chris making sure he's not gaining any advantage. The white's put back exactly where it was.
Yeah.
Everyone's happy, so second attempt. Oh, it's a different shot. Or is it?
Yeah, this looks more difficult to judge. I'd certainly give the two cushion another go. Yeah, expect him to be closer. Certainly closer.
But on the
I
base.
feel with another go
Junhui.
or two, he would get it. A bit relieved. Didn't leave a free ball either. I think this is the shot to play.
He's not going to be overly concerned so early in the frame about the penalty points. It's about not leaving ding. So even if it takes him another 2 or 3 goes, as long as he gets the connection he's looking for, he'll take that. This is his third. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, terrific pot. How's the kiss?
1.
Well, he's on the brown. And despite being in a tight spot just now, he's ultimately won the safety battle again. Positive signs these for Wakelin.
Looks to be straight in this brown, so toying with the idea of just rolling through. Leave a red from mid-range. Oh, didn't want to settle for that. So gamble and trying to power the brown.
1.
Untimely intervention. I don't know whether it was a mobile phone or someone just
手机调静音。
Having a conversation just as Ding was about to strike the cue ball. Either way, wise for him to step away from the table and regroup. So, Ding, who sat out the previous 2 frames before the interval, now with a chance to reassert himself after Wakelin's missed Brown using pace for position.
Seven. 8.
Hardly what you would call great opportunities at this stage. Black tied up. If anything, green being amongst them, not doing any favours either. Tried to play position, the pink to the left middle. Very precise. Might be just having a look at that. Might be able to screw back, leave himself on the pink, and then potting that might be able to disturb that red closest. Feed the path for the pink into more pockets. Just get back fraction more than you wanted. Yeah, nicely played. A few more reds come into play, but still not out of the woods.
Six.
You'd like to get on the pink if you can from there. You feel you can play a couple of stuns. To those other reds, try and stun on a red. You probably bring 1 or 2 others into play. Played that nicely. Again, with this angle, I think you might be able to just play a gentle screw down and play a little cannon on a red. Because it was thinner than first looked, elected to play for this red, and again, played it beautifully.
33.
Plays those top spin shots better than anybody. Keeps the cue so parallel.
$34.
Slowly but surely, he's created a good opportunity.
Wakelin took on the positive shot, really went for the brown, playing at pace to get position, but dropped his head as soon as he hit it. Crashed into the jaw, and this is the result. Ding gradually building what he hopes will be a frame-winning advantage.
40.
He's had mixed fortunes in international championship finals in the past, Ding. Of course, he won the title in 2013 in a decider against Marco Fu. 3 years later, he won just one frame
41.
in the title match against Mark Selby.
Yeah, one good positional shot. Should set him up to complete what's been an excellent break so far. But doesn't like to gamble, likes to know exactly where the balls will be. Just taking time out, clearing his mind exactly what shot he's going to play and at what pace. Not as straight on it as he'd like. It was worth the wait. Knew that was the key to winning the frame.
47.
Now you fully expect him to want to win this frame. Regained a 2-frame lead.
Might have been different had Wakelin potted that brown. It wasn't to be. Ding has taken these well though, and once again the attention to detail from him. You can see he's really keyed up to end this ranking title drought, because he won the 6 Reds World Championship.
54.
But he hasn't won something really significant since that 3rd UK title in 2019. And if he can do it in front of his fans and raise the roof in the process, all the better.
$55.
You see him in this form. Can't believe it's been 5 years since he's won a ranking title. Probably can't believe it himself. And that will add a level of pressure, even when he does get a chance to close out himself. He's slightly out of the winning habit. And for Chris, he'll just be anxious to try and keep Ding on 8 frames for as long as possible.
The crowd have found their voice again. They were a little more subdued during the 2 frames Wakelin won, albeit very respectful of the excellence of his snooker, but this frame is most certainly Ding's now.
66. 67.
His highest break, an 80 in the first session. And Wakelin is going to have to come again. He had the chance,
74.
missed the brown.
75.
And Ding, with a superbly crafted break, has taken advantage.
$82.
Going for his 7th century. He's going to need a good cannon on that final red. And that's a good cannon.
Like it.
need the brown to make the century, but it doesn't really matter. It's been an excellent break.
93.
Said right from the start how challenging the positions of the balls were.
95.
It's well up to the challenge. Great example of cue ball control, patience.
Oh,
Bit of skill as well thrown in.
what a tremendous break this has been, and let's hope he can now pot the brown, raise the decibel level even higher. Oh, what a shame, but what a break,
98.
and what a moment to produce it, to take him ever closer to his second international championship title. 98 for Ding. He's 2 away at 8 frames to 6.
550.
So Chris Wakelin
Wakelin,
preparing to break off in frame 15 of a possible 19. 2 behind. Can he stay in touch? Can he keep the pressure on Ding Junhui after that superb 98 just now from the home favourite? .92 centuries at the venue this year, which, believe it or not, is 20 less than we had in Tianjin last year, when Zhang Anda, of course, won the title at the expense of Tom Ford and made a maximum break in the final in the process. Zhang, one of many who have been inspired by the achievements of this man. The state of Chinese snooker in the rudest of health right now. So many young talents emerging, looking like tournament winners, and some of the old hand also producing late in the day, like Zhang, like Zhao Guodong. And they'd all be the first to admit that they owe plenty to this guy and the way in which he put snooker on the map in this country, and is still, of course, the #1 in China. Nice pot from Wakelin.
1.
That was the red Chris had brought up from the break-off unintentionally. Actually caused Ding a bit of a problem. Tried to find the gap, but caught the brown. I would like the white to be a little bit further down the table. From point blank range, would like to put that red above the black, because with the angle and potting it, you'd free the black and the other red. So go for the blue, try and create a better opportunity.
Six.
Yeah, just coming down to see actually this pink going behind the pack could actually work out perfect. Raising this red, potting it. You leave yourself more or less parallel on the pink.
12.
Potting the pink, you can't help but bring all the other reds into play. Got to pot the red though.
Please, quickly. 12.
That was a surprise. many examples today of Wakelin getting in first, but not making full capital of the opportunity. Now, does this red pass? The crowd enjoyed that one. And this could really open the frame up. Oh, but he's overcut it. He's overcut it. He's opened the reds all right. So, Ding this time doesn't punish. And Wakelin gets another shot at it.
Yeah, he was just a fraction thinner on the pink than he would have liked. He still expected him to get it. Chris will be relieved to be back at the table so soon.
One. Six. Seven.
Couldn't have gone much worse, really. Lost the cue ball. And the look on Wakelin's face tells the story.
13.
Horribly hampered by the red that he's close to touching. Tricky enough as it is without the stretch.
Yeah, he's tall, but still a stretch. You can see his foot barely touching the ground. This seems a bit more appealing. But maybe that other red he was going to go for is just slightly hampering his bridge hand. Just trying to resettle and get comfortable.
Big shot this. He was up very quickly.
Chris, Wakelin.
Well, it could have been worse. Inevitably, with each passing frame, the nerves, the tension become greater. But he didn't leave the red, crucially.
Ding made a point of getting cue ball as close as possible to that cushion. Making it hard for Chris to play the red down the table and get back to balk. Knew he was leading Ding. The shot to nothing, just hoping he misses. Ding missed, shot to nothing. Chris got it. Like there's going to be a colour to follow, but play a telling safety and maybe get colour safe as well. A little bit of insurance. Only 25 ahead, but you can see how awkward the balls are.
Chris Wakelin, 1.
Played that well. Not sure if Ding has potting angle on this red. Plays shot to nothing. If he does, even those 3 reds on the side cushion would block the path. Now looking, just coming off that side cushion, nestling into the reds.
There haven't been too many scrappy frames in this final. It's been played at a decent pace. This is one of those frames where the balls were a bit awkward and he's going to take some winning. With that in mind, the 25-point lead is a pretty handy one for Wakelin at the moment.
We've seen earlier in the frame, the camera angle, that pink and red are plant. He's just looking at, can he play off the red and make it? You can see it there. Yeah, nicely played. I'd be happy enough where the blacks finished. Yeah, full-blooded on that plant. Relying on a little bit of luck, which he got. Again, a little mini control game. Chris had the initiative, and ultimately he's won it. Can he want to win the main game, the frame?
Looking to promote reds, but it's not gone to plan.
8.
It wouldn't be an impossible task for Wakelin if he loses this frame, but it would be extremely difficult. It would leave him with no room to manoeuvre, having to win 4 in a row. Even so, at the moment, he's in control of the frame with that 33-point lead, which doesn't sound a lot, but when you consider that 5 reds close to the side cushion, it's going to take something pretty special from Ding, if he does get in, to make something sizable. Now into its 18th minute, this frame. Yes, it looked bound for the pocket from a long way out, that one.
It's a nice shot Ding played. Caught it perfect. Bringing the red back down. Kind of regained the initiative.
No, undercut it. It was a chance to get himself back in the frame, at least. And now the chance falls to Wakelin to further increase an already useful lead, given the state of the table.
Eight. Nine.
Judge that well. Still a little bit of work for Chris to do. After this black, red beside it waiting. By the head, so it still needs 2 reds, 2 colours.
24.
From the previous red. Should have given himself a better angle on the black. Would have been able to play off the reds close to the left cushion. But still 53 ahead. Strong favourite. In control. Chance to play another good safety. That's safe enough in there. Now well spotted.
25.
To take him 54 in front with 59 left.
Yeah, played it as a shot to nothing. Thought he'd have some sort of a shot on the black. Against another red gone. Now 54 ahead.
Purple.
Tapping into his inner Mark Selby,
Wakelin.
tying the frame up.
25.
Black out of commission. Very big lead and a long way back in this one for Ding. Not a frame that will live long in the memory for its quality or aesthetics, but what a vital one for Wakelin. If he wins it, he's right back in the mix again, keeping the pressure on the home favourite. Little double kiss. Well, Ding's got a bit of room to manoeuvre here. 54 the deficit with 59 left. Got to pot the red first, though. And if Wakelin can drop this in, it should be 8-7. It pretty hard. Didn't get close, really.
Didn't cue that well. You can see the cue came right across it. Playing at more pace did make it more difficult. Again, he just needed the red. Thought he might just roll it in and pot it and more or less put the frame to bed.
One.
Very well played. Judge that.
Seven. Eight.
If you can take pinks with these last reds. You'd be 26 behind, 27 left. You'd have to just continue potting these. Back far from ideal, of course, but you'd love to just get it that far.
14.
Yeah, just taking time out to have a think.
19.
Is it worth playing the blue? Pink then to tie. think he's unsure if he rolls the red in, even slowly. Can he still hold for the pink? Just going away from the pink, you can see there.
Maybe a few uncomfortable moments in the offing for Wakelin. He really should have made sure just now.
Ding actually has an option here, playing the blue. Not only could he get a snooker with the red behind, close to the yellow, he might be able to put the black into play if he wanted. Here's the angle. Guaranteed a snooker.
20.
Maybe just come a little bit too far. Love to bring the black into play.
Junhui 20.
The angle wasn't there to bring the black into play, but he'll settle for that. Right back in the frame.
Somewhat self-inflicted predicament this for Wakelin. Seemed to hit the red excessively hard. It was frame ball with the rest. He didn't get close, and now under pressure. This would be a very hurtful frame to lose and would put him in the mire at 3 down with 4 to play.
Ball and a miss. Junhui 4.
You can see by Chris's reaction as it came off the last cushion. He just feared it might just spread. Missing on the inside. This is difficult to hit. Has to risk getting closer to hitting the black to make contact on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, well judged, a nice shot.
59比29.
Has left us red.
It's been a lengthy frame. It's been very tense. Ding was a distant second favourite 10 minutes ago.
Five. Junhui 5.
He's up off it quick. I think he hit it a little bit harder than what he wanted. With a different contact, he maybe could have pushed the yellow over the pocket, but played it well.
Now into its 27th minute. Chris Wakelin will know he should have won this frame already. A double kiss certainly wasn't part of the plan with that one. Wakelin, of course, pushed the black close to the side cushion earlier in the piece for the insurance that he may now need.
Bonus, leaving Ding hampered, but nice shot. Felt sure he'd get cover with either green or brown.
Well, that's not helped Ding's cause, pushing the brown close to the black. Good news for Wakelin, who wants this frame over and done with. And that means that Ding Junhui needs a snooker. It's been a real slog, this frame, but Wakelin's always been in control of it. That control was loosened when he missed frame ball red just now.
Just thinking this through, he's a little bit fearful if he does miss the green and leaves Ding on, could he walk into a snooker? But just think positive, just put in that pocket. Oh, well played. And again, played well in this frame, Chris. In a frame he had to win.
2 snookers to tie. So eventually Wakelin gets the job done. It was a vital frame for him to win. 3 down with 4 to play would have been a tall order indeed. As it is, he's just 1 behind again. It's 3-all on the night. And still all to play for. Chris Wakelin clears to the pink to subdued applause. Ding Junhui tried his best to fight his way back into that one. It wasn't to be. And so his lead once again shaved to a single frame. He still needs 2. Wakelin now needs 3. Try as he might, Ding Junhui cannot shake off the attentions of Chris Wakelin. 8-7 up. Still 2 away from his first ranking title in 5 years.
Didn't quite get to see the angle that Chris can see, but he's in trouble. Well thought out, well played.
Touching ball. So Ding, of course, can play away, having deemed to have hit a red already. Going to need the spider, I think. Maybe the extended spider. Just gives him that extra elevation over that cluster of reds. Yeah, he didn't intend on catching the red on the way back up, hence the shake of the head, and as a result of that, the cue ball's only reached the baulk line, hitting the brown, and this is a chance for Wakelin. A chance he certainly shouldn't have had. A let off for Ding, who now gets the chance himself.
One.
Just ran out of fraction. Not only does it make this pot on the green more difficult, harder to control the white. Control the white very well. The crowd were anxious as the green made its way to the pocket.
Five.
He battled well in the last frame, Ding, but
12.
much prefers this kind of frame. His natural habitat
13.
around the black.
Ironically, as is so often the case in this sport, coming from an error, really, a poor safety when he had a free ball to play away. Yes, he was using the extended spider, but he caught a red, hit the brown, and left Wakelin with a very potable long red, but he couldn't make it.
20.
Now Ding gets this chance.
Twenty-one.
Played it perfectly. With the exact contact on the pink. Not only
26.
did he open the reds, but he kept the cue ball in the middle of the table. Again, even with the pressure and the
27.
circumstances, we'd fully expect Ding to win the frame in this visit. As an opponent playing Ding, when he's in amongst them, he just gives you no
34.
sense of hope. His cue ball control is so good. It seems every shot he has is really easy.
$35.
Having said that, I think he just off straight. Natural angle would bring him making contact with the red, close to the right corner. Might have to settle for just playing that red below the black. He's obviously reluctant to play that red along the black cushion. Played a far more difficult shot. That could have went wrong.
It's been very noticeable that Ding has been prepared to take his time going about these breaks.
.43. .48. .49.
Ding's
56.
seventh half-century of the final, as Chris Wakelin no doubt ponders what might have been had he knocked in that long red.
.57.
This black, one more red and a colour should suffice for Ding.
.64.
Just looking to drop this in for the black, which will be frame ball.
.65.
To put him within one of the title. Right in the middle, another expertly engineered break from Ding Junhui to the delight of his fans.
72.
Wakelin needs two snookers.
Junhui, 72.
An excellent visit from Ding, and barring a couple of snookers, he's going to be 2 up with 3 to play.
请大家保持安静，谢谢。
Didn't really help Wakelin's cause seeing that red go in. .67 the deficit now, 59 left, so 2 snookers to tie.
5.
And that surely had to go. That must be under frame.
Correct.
Wakelin concedes, having checked with Ding. And so, as you can tell by that thunderous roar, the home favourite is now on the cusp here in Nanjing. Ding leads 9-7. The point of no return for Chris Wakelin. He's had a wonderful week.
17.
He's arrived in the game's elite top 16 for the first time, but he's got to win the remaining 3 frames to deny Ding and become the champion here at the International Championship. Bringing a red up off the break, not what he had in mind. He's got a good cue ball.
Yeah, don't think he's covered it this time. But, well, looks very thin there. But also in potting it, can he avoid the pack? Very thin. I'm not sure he has the putting angle. Oh, beautiful shot.
What a result.
He had the putting angle. That extra time he took on the shot was to work out. Chris nodding the head, he knows that was a class shot. Let him drop cannon off the side of the pack.
Well, this is very much Ding's territory, as we saw in the previous frame. His first chance to take this title out.
Seems like we spent the day waiting for somebody to get to 9. Let's see when they got their chance. Could they take it to win? Ding's done it 14 times before, but it is 5 years since he's won a ranking event. He'll be feeling it.
16.
Plenty of near misses in between, not least at the UK Championship 2 years running. Of course, he was 6-1 up to Mark Allen 2 years ago. Groans from the crowd, fearful that Ding had not landed on the black here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit fortunate. You can't get the middle, can still play a little bit of left-hand side, which is going to help playing this shot.
Well, the crowd was celebrating the pot, but it was high.
17.
And so Chris Wakelin breathes again. This time Ding can't make the break he was looking for.
大家保持安静，谢谢。
Of course, he's covered the pocket, which may have implications for this frame.
Chris would be mighty relieved if that black had went in. It was going to be a glorious chance for Ding, but as it is, he'll take encouragement from the fact that Ding had the chance and only made 17 earlier on in the match in the scenario. He's been making a big break.
further trouble for Ding. It certainly opened the frame up, and things could have become congested around that black had it stayed on the table for too long, but not to be. That little cannon off the other red, inadvertently planting the black in and leaving an easy starter for Wakelin.
One.
Ball's really nicely placed here.
8.
2 reds, both sides of the cluster. Going to the opposite corner.
9. $16. $17.
Yeah, you can see where he's putting the tip of his cue. That's the contact he liked to make on that red. Caught a little bit thinner than he would have liked. As a result, mightn't be on the red at all. Needs a thicker contact.
24.
What brought that red into play with the option of the red to left corner, but
Misframed ball with the rest in the previous frame. Ultimately, it didn't cost him.
Guys, Wakelin. 24.
So Wakelin's lead just 14 points. Both players having had chances in this frame.
looking at the plant. See where exactly does he need to hit on the first red to make perfect contact with the second red. Looks like I'm playing it, hitting that red thick to make it. Maybe disturbing the other reds. I feel if he goes for this plant, he's got to get it.
Well, how has that dropped? The crowd delighted, but that looked for all the world as though it was wide. It never looked in until the moment that it disappeared.
I was about to say, why did he play it so slowly?
Big moment. It could be the key moment.
Yeah, Chris, of course, from his chair, probably doesn't know how it went. But at first contact, it looked to hit the left jaw as we've seen it, but the end result is it's a super chance for Ding.
Be worth seeing that again. I'm not sure if we will, but from this angle, it never looked in, did it?
No, didn't want it to go in, really watching it.
So Ding gets a second opportunity to win this title.
Nine.
You feel it's only the significance of the situation that can stop Ding.
16.
Plenty of choices.
17.
Play for different areas, leave himself choices of reds. Just kind of keep close control, not only the cue ball, but his emotions. But it's as good a chance as you could possibly hope for.
"18 years of age when he won his debut ranking title, beating Stephen Hendry for the China Open. 19 years on the cusp of winning his 15th. And it's been a long time coming. And even for all of his wealth of experience and success down the years, 3 times UK champion, Masters champion, world finalist, as Chris Wakelin wonders if his chance has gone. He'll still be feeling some butterflies right now. Just a few pots from sealing the deal.
Just enough of an angle. It's done over for potentially 3 reds. And it's so much easier, even under this pressure, if you're practically beside the reds, making every putt as simple as you can.
40. 41.
The lead goes to 27, 51 left. He's going to need 2 more reds.
.48.
The trickier one, close to the black, won't be required.
.49.
Chris Wakelin has had a transformative week, just as he did when he won the shootout. He's taken his career to the next level with some wonderful victories, including the scalps of 3 world champions. But Ding is now 1 pot away,
56.
albeit not an easy one, from landing the trophy. This is the moment. It's there.
.57.
2 snookers to tie. This to make sure. There's no doubt now. There is the clench of the fist from Ding Junhui. He's waited a long time for this. Too long for a player of his class.
54.
The red surely doesn't matter.
64.
Chris Wakelin is going to come back, but he's 50 behind with only 35 left. He needs 4 snookers.
Can't blame him for trying here, Chris. That's where he's giving it a little bit of a punt for a minute or 2.
Chris Wakelin clinging to the hope of a free ball.
The last escape, didn't give it his full attention. Doesn't want to start giving Chris any sort of encouragement. Good hit.
It's going to make him sweat for a bit longer. Four snookers required as things stand for Chris Wakelin. Plenty of balls to snooker behind, but when you need four, you're going to have to lay probably a couple of dozen at least to have any chance of getting them. Oh, there's a result. Chris Wakelin offers his hand. The 5-year wait is over for Junhui.